Will the meeting please come to order? Today is Tuesday, May 7th, 2024. This is the 14th meeting of the current term of the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is being offered this evening by Bishop Willie H. Joy, the pastor of Mount Vernon Missionary Baptist Church in Madison. Bishop Joy is the guest of District 9 Council member Tanya Hancock. You're recognized, Bishop Joy.
Thank you. First of all, greetings from the Mount Vernon Baptist Church to this great city council. Godspeed and blessings upon each of you. Let us pray. Blessed be thy name, O Lord our God, the King of the universe. We thank you, O God, for the business that's getting ready to take place. We ask that you order our steps by your word. We ask, oh God, that you would give us grace, wisdom, and knowledge and understanding to lead our city, our community, oh God. And not just, oh God, Nashville and the greater Nashville area, but the United States as a whole and the great state of Tennessee. We pray, oh God, that all things we do would be the benefit of those that we represent. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you, Pastor Joy. Colleagues, there were 5 Tuesdays in April, and thus it's been 3 weeks since we were last together. And since that time, sadly, this past weekend, our colleague Tanya Hancock lost her father, Taylor Baxton Sykes, to a cycling accident in East Tennessee. So we want to express our heartfelt condolences to Councilwoman Hancock, who was with us just briefly this evening to greet her invocation guest and attend the Rules Committee in her capacity as a candidate for continued service on the Public Records Commission. When I mentioned to Councilwoman Hancock that I was intending to speak about it being National Bike Month, she asked me to share that biking was a true passion of her father's and that he had improved and managed his health with his bike rides. She hopes that people will enjoy and find comfort from the wind in their faces when they ride in his memory. We'll be sending members additional information about Mr. Sykes and ways to support Ms. Hancock in the coming days. As always, members have a wide variety of items on their desks, and I want to call your attention and the public's to 4, now 5, as Chair Sepulveda was caught up in committee of those. Okay, first is an invitation from Walk Bike Nashville. Council members will be participating in their Tour de Nash bike ride together on Saturday, May 18th. Please be in touch with Transportation Infrastructure Chair Sean Parker if you'd like to join in that. All Nashvillians are encouraged to register and join us and Walk Bike Nashville for open streets and all ages and abilities rides starting from 51st Avenue in the Nations, Councilman Horton's district. This is a great way to experience Nashville's immense potential to be a safer and more enjoyable place to be on a bike. So please do follow the Nashville DOT's social media for other Bike Month highlights, including a very long-awaited groundbreaking for the Demonbreun Hill Bikeway this Saturday. Members will also find a missing middle housing brochure provided by the AARP. This same brochure was provided to all attendees at Neighbor to Neighbors Conference for Neighborhoods at the end of March. And as not all members were able to attend that conference, I wanted to make sure you all had access to this helpful resource as our body continues our policy conversations about affordable housing throughout this term. Please remember that there is also a missing middle housing discussion group on Council Connect, among several other topics. Okay, please see also on your desks new directions to help your guests and the public navigate to the historic courthouse and City Hall for various meetings, whether by transit, bike, rideshare, or personal vehicles. These new directions are now online, so please link there and share with your constituents and guests as needed. Okay, so not lastly, because I want to make sure to share with you that Council Member Sepulveda is hosting another Tri-Transit ride for council members on May 20th for our committee meetings or the May 21st council meeting. So encouraging all members, if they can, to give transit a try to those meetings. You'll find that on your desk. Lastly, on desks, members have also received via email a notice memo from me that there are 2 vacancies on the Transportation Licensing Commission. Members will be called upon to make nominations at the next meeting, May 21st. As always, members of the community can express a desire to serve on a certain board or commission and learn more about the opportunities by going to nashville.gov or contacting their council member. Okay, the 61st Annual State of Metro Address, which is a specially called meeting of the Metro Council, will be at the Nashville Fairgrounds on Tuesday, May 14th at 10 a.m. Members are reminded to respond both to the email from the mayor's office as well as to Ms. Hayes regarding shuttle transportation from the Horseshoe Driveway here beside our historic courthouse and City Hall. And we will look forward to hearing from the mayor next week. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of the members that are present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for the adoption of the minutes of April 16th, 2024? Okay, I hear a proper motion and a proper second. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting of April 16th are adopted. Mr. Clerk, are there any additional messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Okay, thank you. So now we are moving into Section E of our agenda, which looks a little bit different given recent rules changes adopted by the council. This is Section E. This portion of the agenda shares all persons that were scheduled to appear before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee this evening in what is now a two-part process for all elections and confirmations. No votes will be taken in this section, Section E of the agenda, other than for deferrals. Re-referrals will be by rule. There will be committee reports. And to that end, Councilwoman Sepulveda, Chair Sepulveda, could I have a committee report, please? First, for any deferrals in Section E, please, ma'am.
Yes, Vice Mayor. We had a number of deferrals for Board and Health reappointment of Carolyn Ziegler for a term expiring on July 9, 2029. We voted for a 1 meeting deferral. For the Sustainability Advisory Committee reappointment of Matthew Taylor for a term expiring on April 15, 2026. And for the Tourism and Convention Commission appointment, Lisa Leclerc for a, nope. 1 meeting, sorry, give me 1 second. There's several people.
Going to take a little extra time on this, members, because this is a different process. So everybody bear with us, please.
And then for, yes, Tourism and Convention Commission appointment of Lisa Leclerc for a term expiring on June 30, 2027, a 1 meeting deferral. We voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 1 meeting deferral. And with that, I would move for a 1 meeting deferral.
Okay, and so items E5, E11, and E12, Chair Sepulveda, were all 1 meeting deferrals?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay. All right, so is there a second for Ms. Sepulveda's consolidated motion to defer these items 1 meeting? Is there any discussion on these 1 meeting deferrals? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Okay, those are deferred 1 meeting.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For the Metropolitan Transit Authority, reappointment of Janet Miller for a term expiring on June 1st, 2029. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 2-meeting deferral. And with that, I would move for a 2-meeting deferral.
Do I hear a second? Okay. Is there any discussion on the 2-meeting deferral for the reappointment of Janet Miller? Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. That item, E6, is deferred 2 meetings. Okay. At this juncture, does that represent all the deferrals?
Yes,
In
Vice
this
Mayor.
section? Okay. All righty. So then, let's see. Next, Chair Sepulveda, for persons on this agenda who were interviewed and referred back to committee for confirmation and consideration, our next meeting on May 21st. Do you have a report for those appointees and nominees?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Would you like me to include CATV as well?
Yes, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. So for the CATV Special Committee nominees that were considered were Alan Williams, nominated by Councilmember Jeff Eastlick. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Gregory Welsh for the same board, nominated by Councilmember Quinn Evans Seagulls. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And that was for the vacancies expiring on March 1st, 2027, with an election to be held on May 21st, 2024 council meeting. For the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, appointment of KJ Garner for a term expiring on April 16, 2026. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, appointment of Nathaniel McDowell for a term expiring on March 24, 2027. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Board of Health, reappointment of Tanae Franklin for a term expiring on July 9, 2029. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For Public Records Commission, appointment of Councilmember Tanya Hancock for a term expiring on August 21st, 2027. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For Public Records Commission, appointment of Charles A. Sherrill for a term expiring on August 31st, 2027. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For Sustainability Advisory Committee, appointment of Councilmember Berkeley Allen for a term expiring on April 15, 2026. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Sustainability Advisory Committee, appointment of Councilmember Sandy Ewing for a term expiring on April 15, 2026. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Traffic and Parking Commission, appointment of Robert Gibbs for a term expiring on April 15, 2029. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Work Release Commission, appointment of Jordan Cassette for a term expiring on January 1st, 2028. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Zoning Appeals Board, appointment of Mina Johnson for a term expiring on April 15, 2029. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. These individuals appeared before the Rules Committee and were recommended for confirmation, referral per Rule 23 and 50. And with that, I would move for re-referral.
Okay, Ms. Sepulveda, those folks, having received a report of the committee, we will be re-referred by rule. Lots of R's. But I also believe we have 2 folks for whom we were not addressing because of a questionnaire issue, Ms. Darby.
There's, she still needs to address Daryl Wilson, who was
Okay.
withdrawn.
Okay,
But the others, Alan Williams and Gregory Welsh, with other questions.
and Ms. Ewing's questionnaire.
It was, that questionnaire was,
Okay. All righty. So I think then, can you speak then to Mr. Wilson for purposes of your report, who was on the CATV Special Committee, the first agenda item?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Mr. Wilson did not complete his questionnaire in time. He was in an accident. So he will be withdrawn, and I think there will be openings for renomination.
Okay, so with that, we will just withdraw, Mr. Wilson, is that correct? Okay, and so at this juncture then, seeing no other need for anything relative to the questionnaires, we will just proceed with the re-referral?
Referral back to committee by rule.
Yep, okay, those are re-referred back to the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Election Committee by rule, Rule 23 and 50, applying to some of these for a vote at next meeting. Okay, so moved. Okay. Next, then, for a vote this evening, Section F on our agenda are confirmations. Okay, so Chair Sepulveda, do you have a report regarding anyone perhaps being deferred in this committee?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay, if you could then just give your report on confirmations, please.
For the Equalization Board reappointment of Sharon Emerson for an alternate for a term expiring June 6, 2026. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Equalization Board reappointment of Sherilyn Pettis as an alternate for a term expiring on June 6, 2026. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For Sustainability Advisory Committee, appointment of Jeffrey Ezell for a term expiring on March 14, 2026. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And with that, I would move for approval.
Okay, there is a motion and a proper second. These three folks having been receiving unanimous approval in committee and with a proper motion, these can be taken up for a consolidated vote. Is there any objection or anyone wanting to remove any person from this consolidated vote? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of these appointments and reappointments, please say aye. Okay, any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. We want to thank those folks. I will now recognize everyone who has been confirmed this evening, asking that you please stand individually and remain standing if you are in fact present, for collective applause and thanks from the council. Ms. Sharon Emerson, are you present regarding the Equalization Board? Okay. Ms. Sherilyn Pettis, are you present? Okay. Mr. Jeffrey Ezell, are you present regarding the Sustainability Advisory Committee? Okay. Seeing none of those folks present, we just want to express our thanks to them if they are watching from home for their willingness to serve and to continue to serve. We appreciate everyone serving on our boards and commissions. Thank you. Okay, so Section G of our agenda is nominations to fill 6 vacancies on the Metro Human Relations Commission. If members will please enter the queue if you have a nominee, please. Okay, Councilman Bradford, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to renominate Ms. Garlinda Burton.
Okay, is that Darlinda? Okay. Mr. Clerk, did you get that? Okay. Okay, Mr. Parker, you are recognized, sir.
I'd like to nominate Whitney Pasterek.
Okay. Mr. Parker has nominated Whitney Pastrick. Okay. Mr. Gregg, you're recognized, sir. Yes, ma'am, you are. I do apologize. You are next prior to Mr. Gregg. Excuse me, Mr. Gregg, I'm sorry. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Ms. Darren Johnson. That's D-A-H-R-O-N.
D-A-H-R-O-N Johnson. Councilwoman Benedict has nominated Darren Johnson. Now, Mr. Gregg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Miss Heather Riddle, Riddle.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gregg has nominated Heather Riddle. Miss Ellis, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Shane Burkett.
Okay, Miss Ellis has nominated Shane Burkett.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Weiner, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Michael Berger.
Okay, Ms. Weiner has nominated Michael Berger. Okay, Ms. Toombs, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Todd McKinney.
Okay, Ms. Toombs has nominated Todd McKinney. Mr. Coupin, you are recognized. Oh, Ms. Vo, something happens when it gets to the top. It just can be missed. I do apologize. Ms. Vo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to reappoint Dr. Ben Tran.
Okay, Ms. Vo has nominated Mr. Brent Tran. Ben Tran.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Ben Tran. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Coupin, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Can I nominate Martin Sir, please?
Martin Sir. Okay. Mr. Coupin has nominated Martin Sir. Pro Tem Suara, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Eddie Weinberg.
Eddie Weinberg. Okay. Ms. Suara has nominated Eddie Weinberg. Okay. Ms. Gadd, you are recognized for a nomination.
I would like to nominate Aaron Coleman.
Okay. Ms. Gadd has nominated Aaron Coleman. Are any other members seeking to be recognized for a nomination to fill 6 vacancies on the Metro Human Relations Commission? Okay, seeing none, I would ask all members having made nominations, whether affirmatively to the clerk or once hearing from him, please make sure Mr. Clerk has the proper spelling of your nominees' names and their contact information, please. Okay. That concludes Section G of our agenda for nominations. Okay. We are now moving into the public comment portion of our agenda. Pursuant to Tennessee Code, time is reserved for public comment on legislative items appearing on this agenda. Members of the public wishing to speak may sign up on the council meeting sign-up sheet at the Metro Clerk's office counter on the day of the scheduled meeting. Public comment sign-up for council meetings begins at 5 p.m. and ends at 6 p.m. Public comment is limited to 20 minutes total at council meetings, and each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. Pursuant to current Council Rule 28 and state law, public comment is limited to matters on this agenda. You may only speak about items that appear on the agenda, and you may only speak about the item for which you signed up. I will work in order of the sign up with a few exceptions. Sometimes when we do have folks signed up speaking in support and opposition of the same matter, we move that up for balance purposes. So with that, let me, the first person to be recognized is Molly Secours. She is speaking on agenda item number 96. This is BL 2024-343 regarding the Arts Commission, and she is speaking in support. You are recognized.
I'm going to speak really fast. Like the rest of the country, our city is faced with massive upheaval right now. Many of our citizens in our state are under attack. All women, women of color especially, doubly so, Black and brown men, LGBTQ folks, immigrants. Affirmative action is under attack. Black history is being banned. DEI offices and multicultural centers are being shuttered. As a progressive city, Nashville must be committed and vigilant, not just in word, but in action to establish equity, which Director Daniel Singh was charged with accomplishing for Metro Arts. As a city, we must not succumb to the kind of extremism we're facing on a state level, an agenda with policies and tactics that exclude and suppress other voices. That Nashville Metro Legal used Supreme Court affirmative action decision at Harvard as validation for pressuring Nashville Arts commissioners to vote against funding for Thrive Artists is an unfortunate example to capitulating to extremism. Let's call it an overcautious mistake. But it was a mistake, and now that mistake is owned by all of us. What followed Metro Legal's opinion and Metro Finance's actions last July is the crux and the cause of this the equity arts matter that we're facing. We have the most progressive city council in history, and I'm so proud of that fact, and I'm particularly proud of all the women on this council. There's a lot of wisdom in this room, and I believe that having a member of the Metro City Council who knows procedures and policies and politics, importantly, one who is passionate about and knowledgeable about equity is crucial to have on the Metro Arts Commission. It would have been helpful to Director Singh to have someone on the commission as he took on this massive endeavor. I urge you to hold strong and to make equity a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Secor. Next is Jack Bagwell, also speaking on agenda item 96, BL 2024-343, regarding the Arts Commission, speaking in support. You are recognized.
Thanks for letting me speak today. I know Metro Arts had a difficult past few months in a lot of ways, but I'm really optimistic about the future of this organization. And I know things will continue to be difficult for some time, but I really think this bill will improve the operation of the commission in the future, which is why I've come out in support of it. And I'd just like to thank everyone in this council for their hard work and dedication as it relates to the arts community, and especially the work of Councilmember Jacob Coupin. And I appreciate the time he's put into hearing the concerns of the arts community, as well as his presence at the commission's regular meetings. So thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next, I want to call up Heather Lefkowitz. Ms. Lefkowitz, you were on our wait list. That said, though, you were also requesting to speak on agenda item 96 regarding the Metro Arts Commission, here to speak in opposition. You're recognized.
Thank you so much. I rarely get off wait lists, so this is great. I'm Heather Lefkowitz, resident of District 24. I'm an MNPS parent for just one more year. I'm a Peabody College lecturer who just finished my grading, so thanks for that. And I am a proud Metro Arts Commissioner since January of this year. Many of my friends who are not involved in the Arts Commission work will often say, when referencing our work, that it seems sad because art is supposed to be nice. And I say, actually, art is not supposed to be nice. I think it's really about radical truth-telling and changing paradigms and dismantling the things that keep us from flourishing and changing course and being led towards truth and beauty through a very rocky landscape. And in this sense, it makes complete sense that we as a commission are experiencing now what we are. We're trying now, this new group of commissioners, to do the hard work of disruption, but also the work of healing and restoration. And creating bridges and collaborations and relationships is really key to this. And it's for this reason that I and the other commissioners want to work closely, I believe, with council and our committees so badly, right, to work towards codifying a sustainable framework for equitably funding the arts and artists in this city. And so I'm very appreciative of the intent behind this bill to support and actively engage. But I do think that a citizen-based commission is important. And I worry that the blurring of the lines might damage our ability to collaborate with council and committees in support of what we want, including potential conflicts as we think about votes. And so I am so grateful. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, next is Tristan Warner speaking on agenda item 41, which is resolution 2024-392, which is a contract with a right of passage regarding operation and management of the Juvenile Justice Center. You're recognized, sir.
Thanks. In opposing this bill, I won't go into studies that show how institutional accountability suffers and that the potential for redress for abuse diminishes when the administration of detention facilities is transferred to those who would seek to profit from them. Nor will I speak of the numerous examples of wrongdoing by the company being contracted. Instead, I want to talk about settler colonialism and how the police and carceral state are necessary extensions of that doomed project. Settler colonialism is a system of racist violence that seeks to deprive indigenous peoples of their rights to their land, labor, and resources. In the United States, this racist history is deeply interwoven with that of the system of slavery. Societies and systems of government built on racist foundations cannot expect their worn-out tools of repression and violence to resolve their contradictions or to improve the lives of their people. Settler colonial regimes rely on erasure, expulsion, incarceration, and genocide to eliminate populations that resist their quest for domination. The United States and all other settler colonial regimes, like the State of Israel, are based on this logic of genocide. And we need only survey the wreckage and devastation these societies leave in their wake to understand that they have failed. Settlers cannot incarcerate themselves to safety, nor can they massacre civilian populations and expect passive acceptance. Whether we're talking about the millions spent here in Nashville or the billions in Gaza, what is needed is a different system. Free, free Palestine.
Next is Deluvio Palazzo, speaking on agenda item 91. This is resolution 2024-442 regarding Asian American and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. You are recognized.
Thank you. I am Deluvio Palazzolo, pronouns are they, them, and I am a trauma and decolonization psychologist. We live on the lands of the Yuchi, Shawnee, and East Cherokee, and I'm speaking today in support of 442. As pointed out in the resolution, the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities are diverse and inspiring. From them, we've received the wisdom of people like Haunani K. Trask, Yuri Kochiyama, Larry Itliong, Janan Matari, and Edward Wari Said, to name a few. Wisdom which has become heritage of resistance against colonization, occupation, and imperialism. One we are all obliged to listen to, honor, and embody. A heritage we must enact. Honor this heritage not just by passing this resolution, but by daring to show the courage and resistance that the still occupied Kingdom of Hawaii demonstrated with SCR 13. Honor the fight that we have the responsibility to bear witness to, the oppression we have a duty to resist by standing with Palestinian Americans who cry out for the end of genocide and occupation, and who are by definition indigenous Palestinians and Asian Americans, as Palestine is in Southwest Asia. Honor the warnings and resilience demonstrated by countless island nations around the world, one actively being colonized today, who warn against the world-damaging impacts of genocide and empire since occupiers first beached on their shores. To quote Vai Alefosio from the 736-page testimony for SCR 13, occupation has always ended at the expense of indigenous people's lives. This narrative is tired, we are tired, of seeing history repeat itself. It is your duty to uphold this call instead of blind loyalty to a broken system that has forgotten its humanity and its duty to protect life. In the fight for liberation against colonization, we are obligated to follow the lead of indigenous individuals. Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, and Asian Americans have shown us how to do that. Pass 442, but do not stop there. If you pass this resolution, do your duty to represent us.
Thank you. That concludes your remarks. I want to remind members of the public, we do not have a prohibition about signage, but we do ask kindly and respectfully that you do not block the view of anyone behind you. And so what that then requires is that your signage is in front of your person. If you hold it out to your side or up like this, the people behind you cannot see. Okay, thank you. Okay, next is Mr. Ryan Dickerson. He is speaking on agenda item 41. This is resolution 2024-392. This is again about the contract with the right of passage for the management and operation of the Juvenile Justice Center. And so I would ask you, sir, while you may make remarks that pull in the broader context, please remain on this agenda item. Thank you. You're recognized.
All right. I'm here with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. We've been coming to city council meetings, at least as a sort of a group here, for 6 months now. I've noticed some broad trends. Every month, brilliant innovations are made in the sign-up and comment process to prevent our expressions of solidarity. Every month, each contract awarded by the council contains language stipulating that the recipients cannot boycott the illegitimate genocidal state of Israel. Every month, some new multi-million-dollar proposal to enhance the ease and scope of incarceration and surveillance is brought to the floor. I count Resolution 392 among these, as it seeks to provide $24 million to a private out-of-state company to administer juvenile incarceration facilities here in Nashville. A lot of hot air is blown about how we as normal constituents, being without the financial and social capital of real estate developers, Zionists, etc., must be content and also deferent to the so-called democratic processes that continue producing these results. Ironically, the authors of this contract betray their awareness that this is not actually the case. For example, the contract stipulates that Rite of Passage Inc. is responsible for suppressing work stoppages within the juvenile carceral facility. You have to wonder what would happen if we were able to collectively stop work here on the outside in order to have our demands met. I encourage all sympathetic council members to finally break the cycle by opposing this contract, and also by sponsoring a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and especially now Rafah as well. Force the Zionists to expose themselves further so that we can ruthlessly focus our criticism on them. Free Palestine.
Next is Al Comfort Wisniewski, speaking on agenda item 114. This is BL 2024-1, or rather 361. This is regarding water line and infrastructure related to Village Green in the vicinity of Nolensville Pike, Nolensville, and adjacent to the Williamson County line. You are recognized.
Thank you. I would like to express my support for the expansion of public water and sanitary sewer mains. Access to potable water and sanitary conditions are vitally important human rights. Unsanitary conditions allowed lice, typhus, disease, death to sweep through the camps where my ancestors were interned during the Holocaust. The Nazis relied on this as a tool of genocide. These basic human rights are necessary and currently being denied to Palestinians in refugee camps as they undergo their own genocide. I am here today reading a statement on behalf of Abigail A. Zipporah Frankel, a Jewish citizen of Nashville, District 5.
Ma'am, you're not here to read a statement on behalf of anyone. You are here on your own behalf.
I am on my own behalf.
Okay, well, you're here to speak on this legislation. So you just said you're here to read a statement from some other people. So if you would just make sure it's from yourself, please.
I am also a Jewish citizen of Nashville. I myself am from live in District 7. I've been here for 10 years. Right now, as we stand quiet in these halls, tanks are rolling into Rafah. Palestinians are being corralled into the area, and Israel has rejected Hamas's agreement to a ceasefire. Another genocide is happening. Whatever authority you feel I hold as a Jewish person with Israeli loved ones and as a descendant of Holocaust survivors, I hope you grant those who are currently undergoing their own with the same horrors today. I was raised with the words, never again. I urge you now to do the same.
Thank
Support
you.
immediate ceasefire.
Next is Christine Hall regarding agenda item 145. This is BL 2024-302 regarding Metro Arts. Ms. Hall is here to speak in support. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, council members, and community members for plugging in. And in particular, I want to thank the sponsors of Ordinance BL 2024-302 for their express support of equity in the arts. Council members Stiles, Welsh, Gadd, Vo, repping my district 17, Ewing, Benedict, Coopin, Allen, Porterfield, and Swara. Thank you. Equity is not a radical concept, but it would be rad if we as a people could realize it. Simply put, it just means making sure the distribution of resources matches the demographics of our community. There have historically been all kinds of systemic barriers to this, but this council has the power to achieve significant difference and make real progress towards equity in Nashville. Fund the arts equitably and distribute that funding equitably. It doesn't seem so complicated, and it shouldn't be. Yes, we support democratic checks and balances on the powers vested in the Arts Commission. We furthermore support a clear definition of equity that we can all share and work towards. I encourage you to pass a further ordinance enshrining equity and codifying it into Metro Arts operations. First, by clarifying that payments can be made directly to individual artists for projects, recognizing the benefits inherent to artists working in community. Next, by ensuring the distribution of our tax dollars in arts organizations reflects the demographics of our community. We do not want to privatize these processes, but keep them public and accessible and transparent. Considering impact does not give unfair advantage, but rather gives us access to the even playing field we all say we want. Let's put our words into practice and make some real strides towards equity, reinvesting in the artists whose work helped create Nashville's reputation and future as a city rich in the arts.
Thank you. Next, we have Madeline Lewis speaking on agenda item 65. This is resolution 2024-146 regarding testing forensic biological evidence. She is here to speak in opposition. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Madeline Lewis. I am a resident of Terry Vaux's District 17 and a member of Middle Tennessee Christians for Justice in Palestine. I'm here today speaking against Resolution 416, which increases the contract value between Metro and Bode Technology, a private forensic analysis company, by 4 times the original amount, from $250,000 to $1 million. The amendment also inserts an anti-boycott of Israel clause into the contract. I'm speaking out unequivocally against using public dollars to fund Israeli companies. It is a clear conflict of interest to use government contracts to benefit a foreign power, particularly the genocidal state of Israel, which is currently displacing and terrorizing millions of Palestinians. Bode Technology is a private laboratory that collects personal biological data, including DNA, and provides that information and analysis to the police. As a Nashvilleian, I am extremely concerned about over-surveillance in our city, particularly by the police. Increased funding for surveillance systems will harm Nashvilleians just as it harms those living under Israeli occupation in Palestine. Leading scholars in criminal justice have found that forensic analysis in the contributed to more than half of all wrongful convictions in the United States since 1989. Forensic analysis is junk science. It has done far more harm than good in the criminal justice system in the United States. And as the global movements for liberation in Palestine continually show, we cannot surveil or police our way to safety, here or anywhere. I urge the council to vote no on this resolution, increasing the contract amount with Bode Technologies, and thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dutch Dorman. Speaking on agenda item 93, resolution 2024-444, which is a resolution marking April the 28th as Workers' Memorial Day. You're recognized.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dutch Dorman. I'm a member of the YDSA at Middle Tennessee State University and the Middle Tennessee DSA here in Nashville. I'm here speaking in vehement support of resolution 2024-444. I must say I'm pleasantly surprised to see a body like this commemorating the working class that is so frequently forgotten by bureaucratic institutions. A more than surface level analysis of history makes it very clear that change throughout history is guided by the masses. It is us, the workers, who make change and write history. But changes toward progress have never come without sacrifice. Workers have always been on the front line of change and laid down their lives in its furtherance. Workers' Memorial Day is more poignantly focused on workers who lost their lives while on the job. Again, I must say I was pleasantly surprised to see this body not only make a concerted effort to commemorate workers, but specifically those lost in the tragic collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, all of whom were undocumented workers. This resolution also directly references two Nashville workers, Denise Giovanni Bache and Gustavo Enrique Ramirez, who died on the job. It is absolutely imperative for any governmental body worth its merit to recognize the plight and the repression of workers here at home and internationally. But I would ask that two more recognitions be added to this wonderful resolution. First and foremost, Olivia Parrish, a campus worker at Vanderbilt University for 40 years, passed away in the job at Vanderbilt last year on October 23, 2023. Students with the DOORS Worker Solidarity Network at Vanderbilt have worked tirelessly to help the Parrish family pay all the necessary financial expenses that have come up after her passing. I feel it would be phenomenal for this body to aid that work and recognize Mrs. Parrish's tragic passing and her family's turmoil in this resolution. Finally, it's also impossible for us to ethically and morally discuss moralizing the deaths of workers without discussing the countless lives lost in Gaza since October 7th. It would be imperative for this body to accurately commemorate the lives of workers lost, to also directly recognize the loss of Palestinian workers as a byproduct of the settler colonial onslaught we've witnessed for over 200 days. If you want to solidify your support for the livelihoods of workers abroad, add these recognitions and pass the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Ethan Schmidt, also speaking on agenda item 93, resolution 2024-444, commemorating April 28th as Workers' Memorial Day. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Ethan Schmidt. I'm a journalism student at MTSU, specializing in social justice. I stand before the Nashville Metro City Council today to call for its recognition of April 28th, 2024 as Workers' Memorial Day. Too frequently, especially here in Tennessee, the working class often gets overlooked by those in power. The state's right-to-work laws, its prohibition of state employees from collectively bargaining with their employers, its laughable $7 25-hour minimum wage that, according to MIT's living wage calculator, does not meet the average person's cost of living in this state, all of these exemplify the suppression of the working class in Tennessee. This suppression, sadly, still smothers the world. Israel's ongoing plausible genocide in the Gaza Strip aptly demonstrates this fact. According to the Euromed Human Rights Monitor, as of April 23rd, Israel has killed 356 healthcare professionals and injured another 549. The IDF has killed 42 civil defense workers, like firefighters, and injured another 161. Finally, the so-called only democracy in the Middle East has killed 137 journalists, which especially hits close to home, as our federal government's funding of these atrocities demonstrates a lack of respect for my profession and the lives of people like me who simply work to inform the public about what their government is funding with their taxes. Understanding all of the workers' plights in Nashville, throughout Tennessee, and across the entire globe, I call on this council to not only recognize April 28th, 2024 as Workers' Memorial Day, but to continue this recognition annually. And finally, if anything, out of respect and concern for workers in dangerous and chaotic environments, and an affirmation of the resolutions passed by 48 other city councils across the nation, I call on you to pass a resolution demanding
Your time is
ceasefire
concluded.
in Gaza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, having signed up was Mr. Kyle Baker. But Mr. Baker, sir, the item that you signed up to speak on, Agenda Item 1, Resolution 2024-381, does have a required public hearing, and you may speak at that time regarding the Little Ray beer distance exception. Okay? All righty. That concludes our public comment section of our agenda. Okay, next, we are on to Section I, Rules of Procedure. We have 3 proposed changes to Council's Rules of Procedure, and we take up and advance these items as we do legislation. So first is I-1, Rule 28. This is a proposed amendment to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council regarding public comment. The sponsor is Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I believe the committee reports are already in on this.
No,
Okay,
not
committee
yet.
report, please.
Yes, ma'am. Chair Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, in favor. Okay. Back to you, Sponsor Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for approval, and I would just like to explain the legislation and ask for my colleagues to support this. Colleagues, February the 21st, 2017, we had individuals from the community come to the council meeting in response to an officer-involved shooting. This was when Officer Lippert this was after the death of Jacquees Clemens, and people from the community came out and they spoke, and they wanted to be heard. So they came out for, they spoke on a different agenda item, and when that agenda item came up, they started talking about justice for Jacquees and what they wanted to see happen. The council meeting had to be stopped at that time. Then Vice Mayor Briley stopped the meeting, and it was negotiated that there would be a 20-minute period on the agenda that day to allow people in the community to be heard because they felt like they weren't being heard by the people that represented them. This led to Mayor Briley having some special sessions and helping to come up with a format to allow people to be heard by the council. So on July 17, 2018, the open comment period for items not on the agenda was then implemented. So up until the recent state law changed, we had a process for people to come and speak to the council and be heard by the council, regardless of if that item was on the agenda or not. When state law changed, we then flipped it and we said that the item had to be on the agenda. And what we've seen is individuals coming out and being very creative in using the agenda to speak to the council. That has put our vice mayor in a precarious situation of having to determine if something is on the agenda, if it's related to the agenda or not. And it has caused us to have to listen very carefully to what people are saying, which we should be listening carefully anyway, but it is causing us to listen very carefully to get a good understanding on if someone's speaking for or against a piece of legislation, or if they're using that piece of legislation to speak on something else that's important to them. Now, many of our constituents know the process of how to reach us. They know how to send emails. They know how to be heard by their council members, but there are so many people in the community that don't really know how to engage with their council member or how to be heard or what's the appropriate process or procedure. So all this does is it gives the opportunity for, during that public comment period, for people to speak, whether it's on the agenda or not, the same way it was since 2018, the same way that we've been doing it. And I would also like to highlight that it does allow for policies and procedures necessary to facilitate the comment period, that the council office can still do that. So the council office can still give priority to people who are speaking on agenda items, but this just gives everybody the opportunity to be heard, and I ask my colleagues to support.
Okay.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Is there a second? Okay. So there's a motion, a proper second. You've heard the explanation of the sponsor, and so now we move to discussion on this proposed change or amendment to our rules. First in the queue is Council Member Sean Parker. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I have a question for our Director, Margaret Darby.
Sure.
As this reads, public comment periods will not be held at any meeting where there are no actionable items on the agenda. But that would not prohibit, would that prohibit a presiding officer of a meeting with no actionable items from holding a public comment period if they deemed appropriate?
Ms. Darby, you're recognized.
Thank you. Which section are you, I apologize, which section are you reading?
That's all right. So it's the second to last sentence. Public comment periods will not be held. So it's not shall not, it's will not, at any meeting where there are no actionable items on the agenda. So I was just curious if that would prohibit the presiding officer from recognizing members of the public at the beginning of a meeting if they chose to.
I don't think that it would prohibit. It's just that, that because of the state law requires that we have them for items that are on the agenda, it specifically does not require that we have public comment when there are no actionable items on the agenda.
Thank you. So it does not prohibit it. Thank you for the answer.
Mr. Parker, anything else? Just a...
No, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Prep T, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I rise to speak in support of this rule change. One of our most basic foundational democratic principles enshrined in the First Amendment is the ability for the public to petition their government for redress. And I believe that the heart and the purpose behind this rule change will bring us more in line with the purpose of our democracy, with the purpose of those principles, and allowing the public to have their local elected body as a captive audience to be able to come here and address us. Very rarely are all 40 of us in one place where the public can come and address address before our body what they believe that we should be taking up. So I believe that this rule change is truly in line with our most basic democratic principles, and I would urge all of us to vote in favor of this. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Cash, please, no clapping, please. No clapping, please. Thank you. Mr. Cash, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I rise in support of the rule change as well. I think when we are hearing about things, we know that we have opportunity to talk about items on the agenda. You know, one of the things in council that I've been a little disappointed in is that our committee structure is very centered around legislation that's been submitted. And I think there are times that we need exposure to ideas that we haven't filed legislation on yet. And I think this presents a great opportunity for that. I guess I hope in the future we can revisit it if we find that, you know, we're having the same specific people come and sign up every time and we're filling up, and there are people who haven't gotten a chance to speak with us that aren't getting in that 20-minute period, that I hope we can, if we find that starts showing itself, that we can amend and make sure that we are hearing from people who haven't spoken to us in the last meeting or two. But other than that, I think this is a great bill, and I thank the sponsor for bringing it. I mean, a great rule change.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Chair Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. we have had two robust conversations in Rules Committee regarding this legislation with some concerns, suggestions that had been made in committee. One thing I did want to point out is in regards to prioritization as to who signs up. Correct me if I'm wrong, Director Darby, but the way the state law is written as of now, we would have to prioritize any pending legislation before we do general topics. Is that correct?
Ms. Darby, you're recognized.
Yes, the state legislation sets the floor for what the public comment period would look like. The state requires that we allow public comment on items that are germane to the agenda, or items that are germane to the agenda. So yes, if we were to have the public comment period sign up, we would need to allow people that wanted to speak about items that are on the agenda to have priority.
Thank you. And I know that was a concern for some that attended the Rules Committee. So I'm glad that that's already been addressed. We did have the flip of this in our previous term, and I did not find that people abused it. People generally have topics they are concerned about that they want to share with us. Legislation can be born from this. Sometimes we might be working on things, and maybe there's other topics that are out there that we should be, lifting up as well and considering legislation or special called committees for them as well. So I rise in support of this legislation. I think that we have put ourselves in a tricky spot when we ask our vice mayor to police if something is on topic or not. It's better get the 2 minutes done and over with, and we could take up the topic or move on, but I just don't see this being something that would cause us harm in the end.
Thank you, Chair Sepulveda. Councilman Horton, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate the sponsor bringing this rule change, and I, of course, appreciate and agree with the goal of the rule change. I think it's very clear that a lot of times that there's important messages that the council would benefit from hearing, even if it's not directly related to an item on the agenda. I do have concerns that this would open the council to becoming a forum for all manner of bizarre, or obscene, or hateful comments. And in a context in which we just had neo-Nazis parade through the streets of downtown, it doesn't seem like an entirely hypothetical concern. So I just question, if it doesn't have to be related to an item on the agenda, are there other guardrails that prohibit some type of prohibiting it from becoming an obscene or hateful forum for comments like that?
Is that a question that you want to address
Yes,
to Ms. Darby?
for Ms. Darby, please.
Okay, Ms. Darby, you're recognized.
The First Amendment gives people broad latitude to speak on what they want to speak on. So once we open up the forum to the speakers, then we would be hard-pressed to limit that speech. We can limit behavior, but speech is harder to limit.
Thank you, Ms. Darby. Councilman Coupin, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Two different points I'd like to make. One, I kind of stand in support of this whole conversation. I think I raised some questions during rules that, in general, I'm, want to be supportive of First Amendment rights and the opportunity to address the body. And as my colleague, Councilman Cash said, making sure that there's opportunities to hear of new legislation or things that the public wants us to hear and ways to address us all at the same time. But I'd also want to be careful that, to Councilmember Horton's point, that we don't open the doors too wide where we start to get hateful speech or, things that might veer into, hateful or Nazi speech or things like that. So we want to make sure that we look at all that. So that's kind of my point. But I'm also rising to speak on behalf of Councilwoman Olivia Hill, who is recovering from a voice surgery right now and cannot speak. But she would like to share that as a combat veteran, she has put her life on the line for everyone to have a voice, and even herself at this moment. And so she would like to stand in support of the rules change to give the people the opportunity to address us all at the same time. So she wanted to share that with everyone, and I rise in support of having the conversation around this rule change. I'm a little bit concerned that it opens up the doors too wide, and it might create a challenge of how to walk that back and make sure that it becomes appropriate conversations, but I trust my colleagues to have this debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Weiner, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So back in 2017, it was me that suggested the public comment period in the first place. Councilmember Allen remembers that. The reason that we did that was that we knew that there were members of the community that may have ideas that we should hear and may have ideas of things that we could undertake. So I'm thankful that you brought this to us. But I want to make a point similar to Councilman Horton. There are those of us that sit in this room that, by and large, have great constituencies, and by and large, really want to hear everything that the community has to share. But when we are hearing from the community about things about which we have absolutely zero control and zero authority over, I would rather see them spend their time addressing the people that can make the change. We need to be hearing from the people in Nashville about things that we can make a difference for them on. That's why we're here. So that's all I wanted to say, and I do support this, obviously.
Thank you, Ms. Weiner. Mr. Prepty, sir, having already spoken, I'm going to recognize Ms. Ellis, who has yet to speak, if that's okay. Ms. Ellis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want, I rise in opposition of this only because I want everyone to take into consideration the support staff that are required to be at this council meeting and to facilitate it as well. But not only that, but I make a servant effort to be in contact with my constituents, and they commissioned me to come to, council on their behalf. So I'm here to handle their business. I think if there's issues outside of my district, anyone is welcome to email me, even call me, and I will listen. But I think that we should be considerate of folks' time as well as the staff as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Prepty, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just wanted to rise again and talk about sort of just like the constraints of the First Amendment. Because whenever we look at opening up this quasi-public forum or opening up this public forum, not every category of speech is protected by the First Amendment. The First Amendment does not protect inciting imminent unlawful activity. It doesn't protect fighting words. It doesn't protect hate speech. So there are categories through which, and within the strictures of our constitutional democracy, that we can be able to make sure that we are protecting vulnerable classes of individuals and making sure that the speech that we are hearing is First Amendment related and First Amendment protected speech and First Amendment protected activity. So there are guardrails that we can have in place. And Madam Vice Mayor, if I may, to sort of reiterate this, pose a question through the chair, if Metro Legal or somebody in the council office is prepared to answer a question as to sort of those categories of unprotected First Amendment speech or speech that's not protected under the First Amendment, if somebody from the council's office would be willing to address that.
Ms. Darby, do you want to address that, or Ms. Fox or Ms. Zeitlin, who's seeking to be recognized? Okay, Ms. Darby, you're recognized.
I have not recently done a in-depth research project about which speech would be or would not be protected by the First Amendment, but I do know that it's very broad. And things like hate speech, unfortunately, are protected by the First Amendment. It is extraordinarily broad, and I'm happy to do that research and get back with the council if the council would like that.
Mr. Prepty, do you seek to be recognized again?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay. Chair Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The question as to how would this affect our staff was brought up in the committee meeting. And so just to reiterate what Director Darby had said, the council staff already executes procedures, right? They're already doing work when it comes to public comments. So the only thing that would change would be the procedure. They still have work to do in regards to making sure everything is happening. Is that correct, Director?
Ms. Darby is nodding her head yes.
Thank you. And so I thought that's an important question. So I did want to reiterate that conversation from the committee meeting. I'm just going to talk about the elephant in the room. I do want to thank everyone who comes out to speak during public comment. I know that these are very important topics that we're discussing. And so the way that we are doing it right now is not working, right? Everyone is jumping through hoops. Everyone is confused. Everyone doesn't feel heard or satisfied. And it's very difficult to navigate with our current rules. And so I would just like to reiterate why it's important to, continuously work on the rules as they come up. Bodies change, topics change, procedures have changed over council terms. And I think this is one that we can benefit from.
Okay, folks are continuing to be requesting to speak again, but that said, I'm trying to be mindful of whether folks used up all their time prior. Mr. Coupin, I don't believe you used all your time prior and were kind to speak on behalf of Ms. Hill, given her surgery, so I'm going to recognize you again, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. I know that in the Rules Committee, and I believe on the floor, the question has been raised about previously, I guess there was a 90-day, if someone spoke on behalf of an issue in generality, then they would have 90 days before they could come back and speak on that same issue again. Would that be an additional rule change to bring that back, or is that already part of what would happen if we open this up to general public comment? I'd be curious what that looks like.
Ms. Darby, can you address Mr. Coupin's question, please?
I would need to go back and look at prior rules to see if that provision was specifically laid out in the rule. I do know that it was part of the procedure, so that when we were operating under you can't speak on items on the agenda and you can only speak on external things, a person would be permitted to sign up the Thursday before the council meeting. And if that person had spoken within the last 90 days, they would have to wait until that time had run out before they could get another spot on the public comment period time.
Thank you. And I ask that being cognizant of the burden that starts to place on council staff, and I want to be careful that we don't put too much burden on staff on this issue as well. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Gamble, you are recognized, ma'am. Chair Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A question for Ms. Darby or anyone in the legal office. Would it be allowable legally to add a condition in this rule change that we would not allow hate speech or speech that incites violence?
Ms. Darby, you're recognized to respond to Ms. Gamble's question.
This goes back to my offer to do some more research, and I will add that to the list of that research to do for the council, if that's.
Thank you. With that said, I would like to ask the sponsor of the rule change, would she be amenable to a deferral for that research to be done so that we can clarify that?
Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized. Ms. Gamble has made a proposal to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. My only concern is that we have deferred this several times at this point because I did want to give opportunity for additional conversation. So I would prefer that we move forward with it tonight. I did want to highlight that since this has been enacted in 2018, we've not had an issue with hate speech like this. I understand why people feel like it may be an issue now. traditionally, this has not been an issue, so I don't foresee it being an issue. And if it comes up that it is an issue, we always have the opportunity to come back and make another change. So I would prefer if we don't do a deferral tonight.
Okay, Ms. Benedict, you have yet to be recognized on this matter. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, Councilman, my colleague just said one of the points I was going to say, which is if this rule doesn't work out, if for some reason it needs to be tweaked, we have the opportunity to come back in and tweak it. I think the public trusts us to make good decisions for our city. I think we should trust them that when they come in and talk to us, that it's not going to be the hate speech. I think there's not a history of that, but I do absolutely think if it comes up that we need to quickly respond to that. But I think there needs to be that trust amongst us. But I'm in favor of this tonight. I think that slowing it down, it's already been slowed down, and so I'll be voting in favor of it. Thank you.
Mr. Cash, sir, you have already spoken on this matter, so I'm going to recognize Ms. Evans, who has yet to speak.
I'm good.
You don't seek to speak? Okay. Mr. Cash, please, briefly, please, sir. Whoops.
Previous
Okay.
question.
You are the last in the queue, sir.
I'll
So-
withdraw my motion.
Okay. All right. So we are going to, seeing no one else in the queue for purposes of discussion, we are going to move to the vote, and we are going to do this vote by machine. Mr. Clerk, would you please open the machines? Yeah, because it requires 27 votes, colleagues, it is difficult for me to ascertain that by a verbal vote, and that is why we are voting by machine. Thank you. All votes are in according to Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. The motion passes for the change of the rules just barely, with 27 in favor, 7 voting no, and 1 abstaining. Okay, Ms. Darby, can you please share, ma'am, the provision as far as the implementation of new rules and the timing for that, please?
The new rules will not be effective until 30 days after passage.
Okay, meaning they will not be effective at the next meeting.
Correct.
But the subsequent meeting after that. Okay. All right. Next, among our proposed changes in rules of procedure is item E2. This is a proposed amendment to Rule 43.1 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council regarding deferrals. Again, we take these amendments to the rules up as we would legislative matters. And so, Mr. Coupin, as the sponsor, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. So I brought this rule change. Oh, sorry.
Committee
Sorry.
report? No, that's fine, sir.
Committee reports, please.
Go ahead, Chair Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Back to you.
I'm
Sponsor
rusty
Coupin.
after a 5 Tuesday month. I would like to move for approval with a brief comment.
Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right, now I'm on it. I brought this rule change forward. Should be a slight shift in it. At the beginning of this term, we passed a rule change that an indefinite deferral created a 60-day withdrawal from the agenda, and then when an item was reintroduced, it's an automatic one-meeting deferral. Additionally, there's a rule that if you defer 2 meetings on the third deferral, it becomes an indefinite deferral, and these two rules kind of connected, and I don't think that was the intention for them to connect. So what that means now is that if we have something that we defer 2 times on that third deferral, automatically goes into this indefinite deferral cycle. If a member of the body wanted to force that, they can force that at any time. So currently the only individual this would impact is the sponsor, forcing the sponsor to go into that indefinite deferral cycle, maybe against their wishes. So moving this from third to fourth iteration, that gives you kind of 3 strikes and you're out. It gives you 3 deferrals that you can pull from for a bill or a resolution, at which point it would then go into the indefinite deferral pathway. So I encourage my colleagues to support this. I don't really see a downside to doing it, but I think just from a kind of technicality and process perspective, it opens up a little more room for legislative process. So I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Okay, this was properly moved and properly seconded with a description from the sponsor, and now we're on discussion. Chair Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just some background as to the discussion and rules. The question had been asked if why was this written the way it was in the first place? It had just been around for a very long time. My only concern was the uniformity throughout our rules and procedures. We usually just name 3. To Councilmember Coupin's point, he's saying 3 and then you're out. So that's the only difference. I had no problem as long as we had a discussion and if there were any concerns, but rules didn't really, the Rules Committee really didn't pose any particular opposition.
Okay, Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm not sure where I'm going to land on this. What's in my head right now is if we move it to 4, then is somebody then going to say, let's move it to 5, let's move it to 6? And so at what point are we going to just be, kicking it down rather than working within the rules of something? I either want to personally, as a sponsor, indefinitely defer my bill and then put it back on, or do I need to do it, to a date certain? So I just think, I'm not sure that I see, again, I don't know where I am on this right now, but I don't necessarily see the merit in saying, let's do it to 4 versus 3 today. I think that 3's been working. So I just, if there's more information that could help sway me, I guess I would just kick it to the sponsor to see if there's, something that will help me understand this has been working. So I don't see a need to fix something that is working. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Coupin, sir, do you mind if I go to Mr. Cash, who is yet to speak, and then you could address then in your response both the questions of Ms. Benedict and Mr. Cash, if he has any. Mr. Cash, you're recognized, sir.
Thanks. I'm supportive of this. I don't love it or think it's really something that a change that's super needed. But I asked in committee about why we have this rule in the first place. I mean, it saves us a little time, but I don't know that it saves us a bunch of time by limiting us to 3. So I'm okay to try a change here. I don't think it can hurt.
Okay, Mr. Coupin, sponsor, you're recognized again, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. And to clarify my statements earlier, right now it says that it's upon the third deferral, but that gives you 2 functional deferrals. And then by making that third deferral, it triggers that pathway. So when I said that you kind of got 2 and then you're triggered into this, that third deferral triggers the pathway versus this rule change would allow it to have 3 functional deferrals, and then that 4th deferral would trigger this pathway. To my colleague's question and the earlier discussion around the previous rule change, if it became an issue where people were continuing to want to change the rule, I think that's a fair discussion to have as a body. I don't see a need to continue to go down that road of 4, 5, 6, 7. I think this accomplishes the goal. And so I'm not worried that we'd continue to go down a slippery slope. I don't think that's being talked about yet. And if it needs to be talked about, we can do that. As far as kind of the reason why, I've spoken to some colleagues about this and seen it myself where, for example, we'll file a bill for like the river resolution that I had, for example, and then get a call from somebody that says, hey, I've got some questions about this. can you defer at one meeting so I've got some time to meet with you and understand what your intention is here? Well, that's one deferral. And then at that second meeting, if now you've got the time figured out, all right, I want to defer it 2 or 3 or 4, whatever it is, meetings, great. It would be, to me, it's beneficial to then have one last option if you're getting really close to a final product, but you're not ready, to have one more deferral at that point. So again, I think to Councilman Cash's point, it's not a groundbreaking rule change. It's not brought by this, great innovation of any kind. I don't think it has a huge positive impact, but I don't think it has any real negative impact. And I think it will help some situations that we find ourselves in. So to me, I think it's a good thing to support and just kind of cleans up the procedure a little bit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coupin. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized for discussion on this proposed rule change, we will move to the vote. Again, colleagues, we will do that by machine just because ascertaining 27 votes by voice has its challenges. So please vote promptly. And Mr. Clerk, please open the machines. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, this rule, proposed rule passes, 32 votes in favor, 2 voting no. And again, this will be implemented 30 days from today's date. So will not be effective at next meeting, but rather the meeting after that. Okay, now we are moving to our third and final proposed rule change. This is agenda item I3, an amendment to Rule 43.4 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council, also regarding deferrals. Sponsor is Chair Sepulveda. Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And with that, I will move for approval, but I do want to go to Director Darby for an explanation.
Is there a second? Okay, Ms. Darby, you're recognized for an explanation on this legislation.
This is the rule that requires an item to be, to remain off, an item that has been deferred for 60 days, whether it be a deferral for that amount of time or an indefinite deferral, that when it is placed back on the agenda, it receives an automatic deferral of 1 meeting. This has come under some rule suspensions lately because of Title 17 items that are on public hearing that we are seeking to defer out farther than 60 days in order to make it onto another public hearing date. The rule has to be suspended at those times so that it doesn't get automatically deferred for that 1 additional meeting, because then it would fall off the cycle of a public hearing date. So the purpose of this rule is to exempt Title 17 items from that 60-day rule plus the 1 meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Darby. This has been properly moved and properly seconded. You've heard a description from Chair Sepulveda via Ms. Darby. Any discussion? Ms. Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question about this. I wasn't able to stay in rules because I had a resolution out here that I was presenting. And I just have, this makes perfect sense for zoning on 2nd reading. I'm a little concerned about zoning things on 3rd reading because I don't want us to create the possibility that neighbors are watching something very carefully, they're concerned with it, it gets deferred indefinitely, and then it's brought back and they don't, and it's been 2 months or something and nobody's looking for it and they don't notice that it's happening and they feel like it gets snuck through, and nobody likes sneaky things. So maybe there was discussion of this in rules, and I apologize for not being able to hear that, but I would I would just like to make sure we talk about whether that concerns us, and maybe we'd consider doing this for zoning bills on public hearing as opposed to just all zoning bills.
Okay, thank you for the question. Ms. Darby, you are recognized to respond.
If that is a concern, that concern could be addressed by the rule change, but it is not currently addressed in the rule change.
Okay, is anyone else seeking discussion or questions? Okay. Okay, y'all, not sensing a likelihood of any no votes. Okay, well, Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the machine. Or Ms. Allen, do you seek to be recognized again?
If I might speak again, since nobody answered about whether they discussed that or not, would the sponsor be willing to defer so that we could talk about a possible amendment to address that possible problem?
Ms. Sepulveda, you are recognized. Go ahead, Chair.
We did not discuss that, council member. I have no problem with a one meeting deferral.
Okay, would you like to make that motion?
Move for a one meeting deferral.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Allen. Okay, is there any discussion on a one meeting deferral for this proposed rule? Seeing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this rule proposal is deferred to our next meeting. Okay. So now we're moving into resolutions on public hearing. Spanish interpretation services are provided for Metro Council public hearings this evening for both resolutions on public hearing and bills also on public hearing this evening in Section K of our agenda. Ms. Sandra Obanda de Ruiz is here to assist both sections of the agenda. Ms. de Ruiz, can you please share how you can help, ma'am? You're recognized.
Buenas noches, voy a ser su intérprete en español para la sesión de esta noche. Gracias.
Gracias, thank you. Okay. All right. Okay, the first item that we have on public hearing, agenda item 1, resolution 2024-381, sponsor coupon is a resolution exempting Little Ray located at 2019 West End Avenue from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilman Coupon, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe committee reports first, please.
Okay. Councilman Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered RS 2024-381, and we voted 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting to approve.
Okay. Having heard the committee report, it's back to you, Mr. Coupon.
Thank you, Madam President. Do I move to open the public hearing?
You may do so.
Thank you.
With that, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Seeing no one in opposition, does the gentleman here in favor wish to speak? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
I'll keep it brief.
You're recognized. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Kyle Baker. I'm here on behalf of Little Ray. Just a brief summary. Little Ray is a northern Mexican-inspired restaurant that specializes in various foods such as chicken al carbon, street-style tacos, salads, fresh salsas with handmade tortillas, and breakfast tacos. This is a concept that's spearheaded by Chef Ford Fry, who's a 5-time James Beard Restaurateur of the Year nominee and semifinalist. He's already involved in a number of projects here in the Nashville area, and specifically in this district, including Superica, The Optimist, and Le Lupe. The distance issue that's before everyone this evening arises from the property's location next to a Catholic church, the Cathedral of the Incarnation. This would not be the only business that's selling alcohol near the church. Other businesses within a block of this location include the Lowe's Hotel, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, Emergio, Jasper's, the Graduate Hotel, and there is, in fact, a World of Beer that is immediately across the street from the front entrance of the church. Additionally, we've met with the church. We've kept the church involved in this business, in this application, make sure they're aware of it, and they've expressed their support and do not object to the service of alcohol at this location. In summary, Little Ray is excited to be joining this community, hopefully, and we appreciate y'all's attention and support this evening.
Okay, seeing no one else seeking to be recognized to speak on this matter, I declare the public hearing closed. And so it's back to you, Mr. Coupin, for a motion on your bill.
I would like to move approval.
Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion in the body on this matter? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this resolution has passed. Okay. Next up is agenda item 2, resolution 2024-382. And members, what we have here is a little bit of an oddity in that while we do have these listed as a separate agenda items, all of these items are on the same parcel, okay? And so if you look through your agenda, items 2 through 5, 382, 383, 384, and 385 are all located at addresses 1000 28th Avenue North, 1002, 1004, 1006, 28th Avenue North. Sponsor is Taylor. This is a resolution exempting these addresses from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a short-term rental property not owner-occupied permit pursuant to Metro Code of Laws, Section 6.28.030B2D. So, Mr. Taylor, I am going to recognize you, sir, for a consolidated committee report, and then as well, subsequent to that, you can make a consolidated motion to take these all up for public hearing at one time. Okay, you are recognized, Councilman Taylor.
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
Okay, Chair Bradford, you're recognized for a consolidated report on all of these, please, sir.
Yes, Vice Mayor, we considered all these together, and we voted to defer at the request of the sponsor, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. I apologize. Did you say defer one meeting, sir? Okay. Okay, so it's back to you then, Mr. Taylor, for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move for deferral of all items for one meeting.
Okay, so you're going to defer the public hearing. That said, we do not have a public hearing at the first meeting in... No, these can go on. Oh, these are resolutions. I'm sorry. They can be on any agenda. Okay, so Mr. Taylor has moved a one-meeting deferral for all these agenda items, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Do I hear a second? Is there any discussion on that one meeting deferral for all these items on the same parcel? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or any abstaining? Okay, all of these resolutions are deferred one meeting. Okay, next, in a similar vein, but for Councilwoman Toombs, we have agenda items 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, which are all located on the same parcel on Whites Creek Pike at addresses 2236, 2238, 2240, 2242, and 2244. And so it is to you, Ms. Toombs, to request committee reports, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports?
Okay, Chair Bradford, if you could provide a consolidated committee report for all these items.
Yes, I can. We voted to approve all these items, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. It's back to you, Ms. Toombs. If you would like to make, regarding the public hearing, you can consolidate that if you so choose, or you may make another motion.
I would like to consolidate them and request to open a public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for agenda items 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, sponsored by Councilwoman Toombs at 2236, 2238, 2240, 2242, and 2244 Whites Creek Pike. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hands? Okay. Seeing someone here in opposition, do you wish to speak? Okay, please come forward, ma'am.
Good evening.
You're recognized.
My name, thank you. Renee Woodruff Young. I live one door, or I have a property one door from all of these properties. I understand that short-term rental is something that the city of Nashville truly want, and I know the reason why. It's because of money. But at the same token, it is also, I'm sure you know, having short-term property can also lower property value. It can bring havoc into the neighborhood, and these properties are right next to a church. So because of this, I am opposed that they are given the right to make these particular units short-term properties.
Okay, you're speaking in opposition to the exemption. So would those folks in favor like to speak? So please come forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, members, the matter before us is a resolution exempting this parcel from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining this short-term rental property, not owner-occupied permit. Thank you, sir. I just wanted to read that into the record in case I had not done that prior. You're recognized.
Thank you for the opportunity to come before you and speak. I am the Reverend Lewis Haynes. I am the pastor of the church that is next door to these properties. One of the reasons why we support this is because we understand that economic growth is important to the city. But one of the main things that we notice is that in areas where you have transit like this, it tends to downplay crime. And what I mean is that you have too many eyes there. You have too many people wondering what's going on. And so we know that that defers crime. The second thing that we know is that that also allows for economic impact because now you're able to have businesses there, meaning that you have mom and pops there that are doing things all the time, whether it's the daycare down the street that may now be impacted. You have things that are happening where we are able to provide more services to our community. We know that Airbnbs get bad raps. We are familiar with what happened during COVID. We understand that there was a wild party, but how many have the laws changed? Now there's an occupancy issue where we can only so many can stay at a unit at one time. There's studies that show that now what happens with Airbnbs is that it drives up the property value and not decrease it. So we ask that you would simply pass this resolution, and we thank you for the time to come speak.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized? Okay, okay, sir? Are you here and speaking in support or opposition, sir?
In support. I just want to make a few quick points. My name's Lane Wallace. Number one, it's not a zoning change. Just want y'all to understand it's just an exemption. It's zone commercial. It's zoned for short-term rental. We have 6 units there, one of which is outside of the 100 feet. There are 5 others attached. So the Reverend is graciously in support of it. And the second point I want to make is when we first bought the property, we were told by codes in Joey Hargis that short-term rental was available on this property. And we have documentation showing that all through the construction of the property, up until as late as several months ago, that short-term rental can be there. So I just want to everybody to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else seeking to be recognized? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. And so it is back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion. But I think first time we had a deferral, Ms. Darby, we have to take these individually. Okay, we have to take these individually, Ms. Toombs, because they must pass resolutions exempting properties from the minimum distance requirement for obtaining a short-term rental property not owner-occupied permit have to pass by code by 21 votes. And so if you would please make sequential motions, but members, I'm just going to ask you, please, as 21 votes are required, please speak clearly for all these items so that we do not need to go on the boards, okay? All right, Ms. Toombs, here we go.
All right. Move for approval of the first one with a brief comment.
Okey dokes. Is there a second? Okay, it's back to you, Ms. Toombs.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, this is an example of a commercial property that's in a neighborhood, but it's on a major corridor, so it was eligible to be for an adaptive reuse for residential, and because it's commercial property, but for the church that's next door is also eligible for short-term rentals. I do very few short-term rentals, non-owner occupied in my district. However, it is true that the property owner was told by codes when they purchased the property that it was eligible for non-owner occupied short-term rentals. No one realized that there was a church next door until much later. They had already built for a short-term rental product. The property owner did get, in the codes department staff verified that this was true. And also the property owner did get with the church and they worked it out. The church is supportive. It's actually a large lot that is owned by the church. The church is on one end, and there's actually a good bit of space between the church and the 6 units. And so for those reasons, I am supportive of this exemption and ask for my colleagues to support it as well.
Okay, we have a motion and a second with an explanation for both this first item that we will take up, and this explanation, of course, applies to all the subsequent items in sequence here. Is there any further discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, you are voting on a resolution exempting 2236 Whites Creek Pike. All in favor, please clearly say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Oh, okay. You're a no? What do we need to do there, Mr.? Okay, so we got to go on the boards. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Mr. Clerk, would you please open the machines on item 6, RS 2024-386, a resolution exempting 2236 Whites Creek Pike, please, sir. Okay, if members will please vote promptly, we can move right on through these. Okay, are all votes in? Mr. Benton, have you voted, sir? Okay, you're okay. Please show the vote, Mr. Clerk. Okay, this motion passes with 30 voting yes, 1 voting no, and 1 abstaining. Okay, back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion on agenda item 7, RS 2024-387, a resolution exempting 2238 Whites Creek Pike.
Move for approval with the same explanation.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion on this particular matter? Okay, yep, I think we can try it by voice at this juncture. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, we can just mark Ms. Suara then as an abstention. Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you'll note that, please. Okay, Ms. Toombs, back to you for agenda item 8, RS 2024-388. This is a resolution exempting 2240 Whites Creek Pike from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining an STR non-occupied permit.
Move for approval, same explanation.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, Ms. Suara, you will be so recorded by the clerk. Okay, agenda item 9, RS 2024-389, a resolution exempting 2242 Whites Creek Pike. It's back to you, Ms. Toombs.
Move for approval with the same explanation.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Ms. Allen, do you have a question for discussion here? Okay, Ms. Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you. Obviously, this applies to all of them. Just in terms of compliance and ensuring that neighbors have someone to call, I would just ask if the sponsor knows that these will continue to be owned by one entity and there will be one manager, and if there's an issue, it will be possible to call a single person so that you don't have to figure out which one of these 6 houses a noise might be coming from.
Okay, Ms. Toombs, you're recognized to respond to that question.
I actually do not know if if the property owner is going to retain all 6 units. Again, they've worked with the church that's next door, and the church is fine with the exemption.
Okay, does that answer your question?
Yes, thanks, sir.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this matter? Okay, it's been properly moved and properly seconded. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, Ms. Suara will be recorded as an abstention. Okay, lastly, on resolutions on public hearing, also Ms. Toombs, RS 2024-390 is a resolution exempting 2244 Whites Creek Pike. Ms. Toombs, to you for a motion.
Thank you. Move for approval with the same explanation.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion on this matter? Okay, properly moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Ms. Suara, you will also be recorded as an abstention on this matter. Okay. That then concludes our resolutions on public hearing. Now we are moving into section K of our agenda, which is bills on public hearing. As we shared before, Spanish interpretation services are still available for this portion of our agenda. Okay, Mr. Rutherford. So you've got several matters here that I understand to be related for, yes, sir. And so I am going to read those into the record, okay? And then I will come to you potentially for a consolidated motion, okay? Okay, so agenda item 11 is BL 2023-56, sponsor Rutherford. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from AR to A to S and SP to SP zoning on properties located at 6419, 6423, and 6431 Pettis Road, and a portion of property located at 800 Warbler Way, approximately 620 feet northeast of Nolensville Pike, 28.71 acres, to permit 230 multifamily residential units and a fire station, all of which is described herein. There is a companion bill to this bill, and as members will recall, we often take up this second companion bill at the same time for purposes of public hearing. This is agenda item 12, BL 2023-57, also sponsored for Rutherford. This is an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2023-56, also 6419, 6423, and 6431 Pettis Way, and Warbler Way. Okay, I'm going to also read the next two, again, for purposes potentially of public hearing, though we may need to vote separately after. Agenda item 13 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing a specific plan for a portion of property located at 8001 Warbler Way, southwest of the terminus of Tanager Drive, zoned SP 1.45 acres, to remove 1.45 acres of open space from the SP, all of which is described herein. And then lastly, the last related piece of legislation at these same addresses, BL 2023-59, sponsor Rutherford, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from SP to R40 zoning for the property located at 6397 Pettis Road at the northeast corner of Warbler Way and Pettis Road, 0.96 acres, all of which is described herein. Councilman Rutherford, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for deferral of all four of these items to the first meeting in July.
Okay. Councilman Rutherford has moved a deferral of all four items to the first meeting to be a public hearing in, yes, sir?
Correct.
In July, okay? Is there a second? Is there any discussion on this consolidated deferral motion for agenda items 11, 12, 13, and 14? Seeing no discussion, all in favor of the deferral of all these items to the first meeting in July, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. These items are on public hearing. Again, that's our second reading for Title 17 legislation, just for the public's edification, at the first meeting in July. Thank you, Councilman Rutherford. Okay. Okay, so next then, members, we are on agenda item 15. This is BL 2023-130, sponsors Huffman and Horton, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from CS to SP zoning for property located at 3910 Central Pike, approximately 240 feet west of Old Hickory Boulevard, 2.06 acres, and located within a planned unit development overlay district to permit 127 multifamily residential units in an existing building, all of which is described herein. Councilman Huffman, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, sir, I see you back there. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, Mr. Huffman, I do not see anyone in opposition. Seeing no one in opposition, does the gentleman in favor wish to speak? He is shaking his head no. Mr. Huffman? Okay.
I move for approval.
Okay, so I declare the public hearing closed, and Mr. Huffman has made a motion for approval. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on Mr. Huffman's bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Okay, any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed second reading. Second of 3 readings. Okay, next is BL 2023-131. Let's see. Okay, Mr. Huffman, you know what? I don't think I marked these. We could have consolidated these. I'm sorry, sir. But this is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code's laws of the zoning ordinance of metro government by canceling a portion of the planned unit development overlay district for property located at 3910 Central Pike, approximately 240 feet west of Old Hickory Boulevard, 2.06 acres zoned CS. Go ahead, Mr. Huffman.
Yeah, just a quick point of order. Do I need to open the public hearing?
Let's
Okay.
open it again, sir. I'm sorry. I just
Nope.
didn't mark my agenda to put them as companions.
No,
so,
no worries. I'll open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you, sir, and others. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing none, do those in favor wish to speak? They do not, so I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Mr. Huffman, for a motion on this item.
I'm going to move for approval with a very, very brief comment.
Go ahead, sir.
This is a really good item to talk about because it takes a weekly rate hotel and it turns it into housing for our unhoused population. We need to be creating more of these opportunities. The beauty of this too, part of the stipulation is it does also put in a bus stop right next door. So we're killing 2 birds with 1 stone here. Thank you.
Okay, it's properly moved and properly seconded. You've heard a brief explanation from Mr. Huffman. I see no one else seeking discussion on this matter. Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this has also passed second reading. Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Okay, next is agenda item 17, BL 2024-184, sponsors Evan, Siegel, Horton, Huffman, Welsh, Coupin, Sepulveda's, Benedict, Vo, and Bradford. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to amend the definitions of multifamily and residence for handicapped, more than 8 individuals. Update references related to accessory building, detached accessory dwelling, and detached accessory dwelling unit for consistency. Add bar, nightclub as a permitted use in certain industrial districts. Add daycare as a permitted with conditions use in certain districts. And to add a definition for half-story related to contextual overlays. Primary sponsor, Ms. Evan Siegel, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I declare the public hearing.
Okay, you move to open the public hearing?
Move to open the
You
pub-
can't declare it.
You
I got to
declare
do it.
it.
Okay.
I move.
All good. Okay, I declare the public hearing open for this matter. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman in favor wish to speak? Okay, he has declined. And seeing no one else seeking to be recognized on this bill, I declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you, Ms. Evan Siegel, for a motion, rather.
Thank you, Madam President. Move for approval first of the primary bill for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, motion and a second. Okay, back to you.
I would like to move the amendment with a very brief comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This matter has gone before the Planning Commission where it was passed on consent after going through the planning commission. The planning department caught a few small changes and recommended this amendment, which is being brought to correct a few small errors. It will not change the approved status of the bill, and so I would move that it.
Okay, so we have an amendment, properly moved, properly seconded. You've heard a brief explanation from the sponsor. So we are now on discussion regarding the amendment. Is any member seeking to be recognized on the amendment? Okay, Mr. Nash, sir, hang on.
On the bill.
Oh, on the bill? Okay. Is anyone seeking to be recognized on the amendment in particular? Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment itself, properly moved and properly seconded, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, the amendment is on the bill. And so, Ms. Evans-Siegel, let's see. So your bill is amended. And so now we are on discussion on the bill as amended because the bill was moved prior. Mr. Nash, it's to you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to make sure I understand what we're doing here. Primarily, it's just aligning all the definitions to make them consistent throughout the code, and then adding some uses to the industrial districts that include a bar, nightclub, and a daycare and special districts. It's not mandating anybody build anything anywhere, just kind of, I guess that's maybe a question for planning.
Yes, Mr. Nash, I will direct your question to the planning table. Ms. Milligan from the planning department, you're recognized to answer Mr. Nash's questions, please.
Certainly. So I tried to divide these up in the staff report that we prepared into sort of sections of what we think about more as housekeeping amendments, such as clarifying to make sure that we're using detached accessory dwelling unit throughout the code, as opposed to a couple of different terms that we were using sort of interchangeably. It wasn't consistent. That updating the definition of the group facility just to be into more updated terminology. And then the only use changes are, like you mentioned, adding bar and nightclub to permitted uses in industrial, and adding daycare into permitted use in an additional commercial and mixed use districts. This doesn't change any densities or allowances as it relates to any sort of housing.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nash. Mr. Parker, you are recognized. Hang on. There you go, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to rise in support of this bill. I think it's a lot of great housekeeping stuff, but specifically, so we did a contextual overlay in Maxwell Heights, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago, and I got a lot of very specific questions from residents about what a half story was, things like that, very specific questions. And when someone doesn't have an actual permit paid for and issued, it can be a little bit harder to get specific answers from departments about specific questions. So I do appreciate that one of the things we're doing here is kind of codifying that definition of what a half story is that the zoning administrator has been using. I think that's just going to help take confusion out of the process for folks and make those contextual overlays more effective and more understandable to folks. So again, rise in support. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized for discussion on the bill as amended? Okay, Ms. Gadd, you're recognized.
I just wanted to rise in support and to say thank you to the sponsor for working on this and the planning staff. I'm also excited about some of the clarification language that this is providing, especially of making sure we address our child care crisis any way we can, but also just clarifying where those uses can be. So thank you so much to the sponsor.
Okay, seeing no one else seeking to be recognized on Ms. Evans-Siegel's bill as amended, that is on second reading. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this has passed the second of 3 readings. Okay, now we move to agenda item 18, also on public hearing, BL 2024-227, sponsors Huffman and Horton. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Codes of Law and the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing 1.77 acres from AR to A to CS zoning and 0.07 acres from CS to AR to A on a portion of property located at 4,000 Andrew Jackson Parkway at the northwest corner of Andrew Jackson Parkway and Old Hickory Boulevard, 1.84 acres, being rezoned of 13.06 total acres, all of which is described herein. Mr. Huffman, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Seeing folks here both in support and in opposition, would the gentleman in support please come forward, and those in opposition, if you would please line up and be ready to speak after him. Go ahead, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Let me turn on the public podium. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I'm Roy Dale with Dale & Associates, 516 Heather Place, and I'm representing the applicant on this zone change request. So this is property at the corner of Andrew Jackson Parkway and Old Hickory Boulevard. It's already zoned, a corner is already zoned commercial. In order to square that corner out, about 1.5 acres of AR2A property is being added to this, and it'll make it a nice square parcel. A very small portion of this property is in the floodplain. It's only like about 1 foot deep. And I just know that when I've been to meetings before, people in opposition have concern about that. So I'm going to go ahead and answer that for you right now. In Nashville, you cannot put fill in the floodplain without taking out an equal amount of material. It's just not allowed. So the development of this project will have absolutely no adverse impact on flooding. As a matter of fact, of the 13 acres, of the 2 acres that's taken away with the 13 acres, that will actually go back to natural open space. So once this property is developed to commercial and the existing driveway drainage goes away and returns back to normal vegetation, it will actually return to open space. So it was approved by the Planning Commission. I know the council member will tell you about all the community meetings that we've had. We appreciate his hard work, and I would hope that you would follow his lead and support this request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would those folks speaking in opposition please move promptly to the podium? Thank you, sir. You're recognized, sir.
My name is Steven Cisco. I'm the taxpayer at 4,000 Andrew Jackson Parkway. I pay the taxes. It's a pass-through lease. I'm not in opposition to the owner selling the property, but I am in opposition to the land use which is proposed to come in, which is a high-volume gas station. We have 15 gas stations within 1.5 miles. I have issues about the flood control plain. It's a 500-year floodplain with the portions of it a 100-year floodplain. In 2010, it was under 4 feet of water on all 13 acres. There's a creek that runs parallel. Now, the other thing is, we haven't been told whether they're going to fill to grade on this. And then the other thing what we haven't seen is the traffic problems that exist there right now. It's a very high volume in the morning and the evening. We have approximately 12 cars per hour coming in and out of our parking lot. And if you put 50 to 75 cars per hour coming in and out of that intersection, it's going to be bumper cars. So that's my opposition to that. Another gas station with 15 there, that's just overkill. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Is anyone else seeking to speak on this matter? You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. My name is Steven Schuffman. I happen to golf at that driving range, but when it goes away, it'll probably be good for me. I'm so bad. But the reason I'm here is I spent my career, now that I'm retired, in the land title escrow closing business for the largest title company in the country, of which I was the second hire. I got to go to various communities, various cities, various counties, various states, and watch things happen, including the amazing happening of a company going from the bottom to number one in 20 years. That said, I drive Andrew Jackson Parkway as a citizen every day, and it's a challenge already. In Tucson, where I spent 1/3 of my career, I got to go through the pro-growth movement. I got to go through the anti-growth movement, and then we moved to the controlled growth movement, which I certainly am in favor of. That said, we are now rated the #1 worst commute in the country, according to a recent article. #1 worst commute for people to drive our streets. And Andrew Jackson is a part of that problem. The controlled growth aspects involves, in my opinions, making sure that the traffic issues in this situation are addressed. That is a major.
Okay, sir, have to conclude. Thank you. You're recognized, sir.
My name's Steve Chauncey. I live in the Donaldson area. As my friend Mr. Cisco described, if you go to I-40 East and get off at 222, the Old Hickory exit, and go approximately 2 to 3 miles on Old Hickory Boulevard North, you will find 15 gas vendors. I'm not sure that we need the 16th in the community to give our community an opportunity to pay $3.30 a gallon for gas. But the Old Hickory Boulevard and Andrew Jackson intersection is probably the most busiest, one of the most busiest intersections in Davidson County. And I certainly would piggyback on both of the individuals prior to myself that just is more congestion in that area by putting another gas or convenient store there. I heard Mr. Dale speak. I think that Mr. Dale and associates would need to share more or give more to the community on disclosure of his plans and development of what's going on with that Wawa gas station being put there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, see, ma'am, you want to speak in opposition as well? Okay, then you need to be at the podium. As I asked everybody at the start, I'm going to remind everybody, please line up at the podium for purposes of speaking. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just now decided to speak. Yeah, my name is Sandy Cisco, and my husband and I run the driving range. And we're just, of course, we're very upset. We've been there almost 24 years. Prior to that, the driving range has been there a good 30 years. We have a lot of people that we've, become good friends with. Some of them are here tonight. And it's just very disturbing that a gas station is going to run us out of business. Now, I know Susan Basham and the Morgan family have the right to sell the property. I understand that perfectly. But like my husband said, another gas station. And also, like, Steve said, we haven't seen the plans. We have no idea what they're doing to the property. We've heard anything from digging ditches over to the creek. And you have people that live on the other side of the creek, and that's constantly flooding. So it's a grave concern, to the neighborhood. So I just want to say thank you for letting me speak my heart. Thank you very much.
Okay, I declare the public hearing closed, Mr. Huffman, and it is back to you for a motion. Oh, well, I could turn your mic on. That might help. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to move for approval with a comment.
Sure, go ahead. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So when I ran for office last summer, and was elected in August, I knocked on over 2,500 doors, and I told every single individual that every development that came in had to do one thing. They had to prove to me that they were going to be a good community partner. Wawa has gone above and beyond to prove that they want to be a part of our community. And more importantly, they have a long track record from the corporate side of being good neighbors everywhere else that they have been. A few benefits that this specific gas station, convenience store, gourmet food outlet, whatever you want to call it, is going to be. Number one, it's going to be a 24-hour gas station. The entrances to the building will be on both sides of Andrew Jackson Parkway and Old Hickory Boulevard with lighting. So there's going to be no place to hide or loiter, anything like that. It's going to provide an essential amount of lighting that is not currently there on a very, very dangerous intersection. We have lost 2 people, unfortunately, just in my term at this specific intersection due to improper lighting. Wawa will also be installing EV charging stations and have a partnership with several other electric vehicle companies. Currently, District 14 does not have any EV charging stations. But most importantly, y'all, this store is going to provide an option for TriStar Summit and the people that are visiting, the people that are in that hospital, to have an option to eat late at night. That's not McDonald's, that's not Waffle House. This place has good quality food, and people that are visiting people in the hospital are workers that are police officers and firefighters and EMS workers and third-party shift workers in this community deserve a hot meal and a decent meal that isn't fast food. Lastly, I will say 2 months ago, we passed a wildflower resolution here in this body, and the area that has been talked about in the floodplain, good news. This fall, Wawa has told me that they're going to let me plant as many wildflowers as I can fit in that property. Going to be a good use of the property all the way around. Once again, they have proven consistently that they're going to be a good partner, so I ask for your support for this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Huffman. This is properly moved, properly seconded, and you've heard of an explanation from Mr. Huffman, so we are now on discussion. Ms. Evans, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So last term, we had another community conversation in particular about this property whenever the property was aligned under District 11 with Councilmember Larry Hager. The residents in my community at the time, my border was directly across the street, were all vehemently opposed. The continuum has moved maybe a modicum in favor of Wawa. But at the same time, the majority of people from my area still are opposed for all the reasons that the speakers referenced: the loss of a driving range, which has a lot of activity, especially during COVID. So I'll be voting against it tonight. But I commend Councilmember Huffman for continuing to incorporate wildflowers into his communication. But I'm not trying to encourage anyone to vote against. I will be voting against for the residents of my area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Councilmember Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Wawa is an amazing neighbor. I just wanted to extol Wawa, and I know it's very difficult to lose amenities that have been around for a long time, particularly a driving range, but sometimes there are amenities that are coming that really will, speaking to Councilmember Huffman's comments, will make an area better, and Wawa usually makes an area better than when they found it. So I just wanted to speak in support, voting yes.
Okay, are there any other members seeking to be recognized for discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of this item on second reading, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, so we will need to be on the boards. No? Oh, it's on second. It's on second of 3 readings, and it's amendable on third. So any abstaining? Okay. Ms. Darby? Okay. Okay, so on, could those who are voting no, please raise their hands again? Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then the abstentions were, okay. So that passes on second reading, okay? All right, moving on then to agenda item 19, BL 2024-255, sponsors Hancock and Webb. This is an ordinance amending section 17.40.720 of the Metropolitan Code to require mailed notice to all affected property owners of R, RA, RS, and RSA parcels when a change to the zoning code results in an increase or decrease in the number of allowed dwelling units on affected parcels. Ms. Webb, you are recognized.
Vice Mayor, I would like to request suspension of the rules to defer to August the 1st.
I don't think we have to oh. August 6th. Okay, if you could, that will be to the August 6th meeting for the public hearing.
Okay.
Okay, so Councilwoman Webb has requested a suspension of the rules for purposes of deferring this matter to the public hearing of August 6th. Are there any objections to the suspension of the rules? Okay, seeing none, the rules are suspended. And so, Ms. Webb, it is back to you for the deferral motion.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to defer till August the 6th.
Okay. Properly moved, properly seconded. All in favor, well, rather, any discussion on the motion to defer to August the 6th to that public hearing? Seeing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. This matter is deferred on second reading to the public hearing of August 6th. Thanks,
Thank
Ms.
you,
Webb.
Vice Mayor.
Okay. All right. Agenda item 20. Let's see. Sponsor VO, BL 2024-283 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from R6A to RM20ANS zoning for properties located at 75, 77, and 79 Robertson Street, approximately 111 feet east of Fairfield Avenue, 0.33 acres, all of which is described here in. Ms. Vo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing for this matter open. Would all members of the public that are here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, I see you, sir, behind the column. Thank you for stepping out there. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, Ms. Vo, I see no one in opposition. Seeing no one in opposition, would the gentleman in favor seek to speak? Okay, he is declining that opportunity, Ms. Vo. And so with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you. I move to approve.
Okay, Ms. Vo has moved approval. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, this matter has passed second reading. Agenda item 21, BL 2024-316 is sponsor Greg, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws of Zoning Ordinance of Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from IWD to MUNA for property located at 189 Little Green Street at the southeast corner of Little Green Street and Edgar Street. This is 0.15 acres, all of which is described herein for this legislation. Mr. Gregg, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public that are here in support of this matter please raise your hands? Okay, I am seeing no one, Mr. Gregg. Would anyone here in the public wishing to speak in opposition to this matter or in opposition to this matter, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no one in opposition or support, Mr. Gregg, I declare this public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Mr. Gregg has moved approval, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed the second of three readings. Okay, the next two bills, sponsor Toombs, are companion bills. Agenda item 22 and 23, BL 2024-317 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from RS10 to SP zoning for properties located at 2840, 2842 Buena Vista Pike, approximately 58 feet east of Mike Shields Court. This is 3.53 acres to permit 46 multifamily residential units, and its companion bill, BL 2024-318, which is an ordinance to authorize the building material restrictions and requirements for the preceding bill, and the proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the buildings. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing on these two matters open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, we have someone here in support and in opposition. If you all are seeking to speak and be recognized, please do come forward. The gentleman in support can please speak first, sir. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Preston Ayer with SWS Engineering, civil engineer representing the project. And we are here asking for your support in this SP. And, the design of the plans will follow all Metro regulations. And thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next, please. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name's Laura Schmidt. I am a homeowner in the area. We recently bought in January, believing we were buying into a residential area of single-family homes. 3 acres and 46 units. Let's say each unit has 2 cars. You're looking at needing 20,000 trees to offset the emissions of that. The street that residential complex is on is so narrow, you can't turn left onto it during any kind of rush hour traffic. It's a blind corner. Toombs, you probably know that there's accidents on Stoker's Lane and New Buena Vista Road on a regular basis because it's a blind corner. Yesterday, a dog got loose. I was walking it back to the lot, which happens to be one of these lots in question. I almost got hit by a car because the streets are so narrow and there's no shoulder, there's no sidewalks. There's a lot of issues. This area does not have the infrastructure for streets. We don't have a lot of grocery stores. We don't have a lot of gas stations. We've got 3 near us. Yet we have almost 400 units between these 2 lots, the lot caddy corner across the street, and a whole hillside that just got cleared 3 months ago that is going to be 200 units, something like that. We have so many units and nothing's being purchased right now. So I don't know who's going to offer to move into all of these. I, as a homeowner, don't want my property values to go down. We looked at my partner and I bought our houses with the intention of being there for a while. I'm all about horizontal property regimes, maybe dividing it into smaller, but 46 units in a 3-acre lot, that's just a little bit tight quarters, if I have to say the least. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized on these 2 matters, I declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion, and you can do it on both of these bills if you so choose.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval of both bills with a brief comment.
Okay, is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I do want to thank my constituent that came out to speak against the project. I always welcome constituents to give input on projects. I hosted a community meeting for this project and got some feedback from the folks that live in the area. Infrastructure is a concern. That's why I've reached out to NDOT to see what types of infrastructure improvements can be put on Buena Vista Pike. This is just second reading, so there's still an opportunity to work with this developer and to work with NDOT to see what improvements can be put in that spot. There is a blinking traffic light that is already proposed for the intersection of Stoker's Lane and Buena Vista Pike. Been working with NDOT to see if that can be a standard, 3-light traffic signal, given the increased density in the area. Also, Buena Vista Pike is a part of a pilot program, and it's currently in the design phase for some other traffic improvements. So there are some infrastructure improvements coming to Buena Vista Pike, so I'm very aware of the concerns. So those were the same concerns expressed during the community meeting, and I am working on it. And with that, I'd ask for approval on second reading.
Okay, Ms. Toombs has made a motion properly seconded for approval on second reading of BL 2024-317 and 318. Is there any further discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed the second of 3 readings for the community members' awareness. As Ms. Toombs said, Title 17 legislation is amendable on third reading. This will have committee review at our next reading, and I know Ms. Toombs will stay in touch. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Moving on next to agenda item 24. BL 2024-319, sponsor Horton. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from R8 to RM15A in S zoning for property located at 6109 Robertson Avenue, approximately 230 feet north of Deal Avenue, 0.23 acres, all of which is described here in. Let's see, Mr. Horton, you are recognized, sir.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, let's see. Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Are there any members of the public here in support of this bill? If you would please raise your hand. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Okay. Are any members of the public here in opposition to this bill? If you would please raise your hand. Okay, Mr. Horton, I see no one here in opposition. Given that, do the 2 members of the public here in favor seek to be recognized? They are shaking their heads no. And so with that, I declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you, Mr. Horton.
I'd like to move the amendment, please.
Okay, let's get the bill before us, if you can. Okay.
Move for approval.
Okay, so is there a second? Okay, and now, Mr. Horton, you can take up your amendment.
I'd like to move the amendment for approval, please.
Okay, do you want to give a brief explanation of what the amendment does?
The amendment corrects an administrative error which neglected to add the NS designation to the rezoning.
Okie dokes. Okay, you all have heard.
Sorry, that's not correct, actually. That's a different bill.
Yeah, I was adding some explanatory recitals.
Yes, that's explanatory
okay,
recitals.
I was like, are my notes wrong?
That
okay.
allow us to add, require
okay.
sidewalks as part of the rezoning.
Okay, alrighty. So you've heard a explanation of the amendment. It has been properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on Mr. Horton's amendment? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of this amendment, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, the amendment is now on the bill, Mr. Horton, and so we're back to you for a motion on your bill as amended.
I would like to move the bill as amended, please.
Okay, do I hear a second? Okay, the bill as amended is before us. Is there any discussion on the bill as amended? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this has passed second reading as amended. Okay, thanks, Mr. Horton. Next, we are moving to agenda items 25 and companion bill 26. Sponsor Taylor. These are BL 2024-320 and BL 2024-321. The first is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 1631 16th Avenue North at the southwest corner of 16th Avenue North and Huelis Street, and located within the Detached Accessory Dwelling Unit, DADU, Overlay District, 0.21 acres, to permit 2 detached residential units, all of which is described herein. And then its companion bill, which is an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2024-320. This proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Mr. Taylor, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for both of these matters. Would all members of the public in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, thank you, sir. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one in opposition, does the gentleman in support wish to speak? He is shaking his head no, Mr. Taylor. And so with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval with a brief comment.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I don't plan to have anything on Wheelis Street anymore.
Wheelis, got it. Not Wayless, got it.
So I renew my motion.
Okay. All right, properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion, members, about these two bills? Seeing none, all in favor of both these bills, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, these bills have passed on the second of 3 readings. Okay, next is agenda items 27 and 28. These are companion bills. Sponsor Greg, BL 2024-322 and BL 2024-323. The first is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from R10 and CL to SP zoning for properties located at 310, 312 Donaldson Pike, approximately 280 feet north of Emery Drive, 2.6 acres, to permit 41 multifamily residential units, all of which is described herein. This is an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2024-322. That's the second bill pertaining to the same address. The proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Mr. Gregg, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills, plural, please raise your hand? Thank you, sirs, in the back. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Okay, so we have members of the public here both in opposition and in support. Do those folks in opposition seek to speak? Okay, please rise and come forward to the podium. Okay, and folks, if or rather, I'm sorry, would those folks in support then please come forward first, ma'am? I apologize. And if you all will just sort of queue up right behind so we can proceed timely. Okay, thank you, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you. Adam Sager with Dale & Associates, 516 Heather Place. We're the civil engineers for the project. This is a project we've held a couple community meetings on dating till last fall. The property's been in ownership by the family for a long time. It's been a family property. This is right along a major corridor, right on Donaldson Pike. It's zone CL in the front. Right next to it, it is a residential zoning. And so we're kind of like bringing it all up to probably a more appropriate use. It meets the land use policy. And it's going to be a nice 41-unit development, HPR development right there on Donaldson Pike. This was approved unanimously at Planning Commission on consent, and we appreciate your consideration. Thank you all.
Okay, just the other gentleman in support seek to speak. Okay, ma'am in opposition, you're recognized.
As a proud lifelong resident of this community, I stand here because I care about my community and want to voice my opposition to the proposed zoning change that would allow for the construction of the homes that are simply out of reach for our fellow neighbors. We must consider the needs and well-being of all of its residents, not just the select few who can afford it. The teachers, the bus drivers, the restaurant workers, the healthcare workers, and the single parents. The zoning change, as described in the SP, mentions that the Nashville Next Plan. It is evident that this proposal does not align with the values and visions for affordable housing and keeping character of neighborhood outlined in the Nashville Next Plan. I urge each one of you to consider this question. How many of you would be able to afford a home with a starting price in the high $400,000 range? I myself work at a hospital. I often joke that I can save your life, but I can't pay my bills. Well, this is not a joke, and it's not a joke for many residents of Nashville and Donaldson. As stated in the housing section of Nashville Next, it speaks directly about county-wide affordability. Developments like this make me think of my sister, who as a single mother working in healthcare field cannot afford a home in the very community that she has grown up. This proposed development would undeniably outprice many, if not most, of our locals, further exacerbating the issues of affordability and inclusivity of our community. If we truly stand for the idea of affordable housing and sustainable growth that benefits us all, then how can we justify such a change that directly contradicts these principles? When you think of Donaldson, we envision a place of warmth, charm, and community. Many real estate slogans state quaint and cozy cottages. The proposed housing development simply does not reflect these unique qualities that make our neighborhood special. It will divide our community from the haves and the have-nots of Donaldson. I'm not saying don't build, but at least fit the character and the price range of the community.
Thank you, ma'am. Does the other gentleman in opposition seek to speak? Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Council. I didn't write anything down or anything. I came to you to speak from the heart. My wife was born in Donaldson. My kids were born in Donaldson. They were born at Summit Hospital. They went to Donaldson Middle. They still go to McGavick High. I own a house in Donaldson. I'm a business owner, operator in Donaldson. It would actually increase my home value if this was built, but I speak from the heart. Listen, on that road where it's at, across the street, you have a Chewy's. You have a food park. You have a single parent home or a single household home. You have a couple trailers. And then it's like we're not building with intent. It's like, what can you pass? What can we get across? It looks like a hodgepodge. We need purpose. We need thought. We need to be thoughtful when we're building. Think for our children. Think for your grandchildren. Think for your family. That's all I'm asking you guys, okay? Think about it. Because right now we're just, hey, come up here, developer, pass a bill. What can we do? All right, let's make it from a single parent to apartments. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. That's it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Councilmember Gregg.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to approve with a brief comment.
Okay, is there a second? And Mr. Gregg, just to be clear, you're moving approval of both these bills, 322 and 323.
Correct.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Go ahead, sir.
So since being elected last August, I can tell you there has been a lot of attention on the Donaldson Pike corridor. And I share the concerns of my constituents that we need to be focused and have a plan that fits the need for all Nashvillians. And I've said no to a lot more things than I've said yes. And so I do understand the need for affordability, and I hear my constituents, and I'm committed to finding a solution to that problem in District 15. Regarding this proposed zone change, this development represents an opportunity for homeownership in a very desirable location. The developer of this project has collaborated with the neighbors to address their concerns and altered the plan accordingly. I do feel this is a positive development for the corridor. I'm supportive, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Okay, properly moved and properly seconded with explanation from Councilman Gregg. We are on to discussion. Councilman Parker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and appreciate everybody who came out to speak tonight. I think I'm rising in support of this. I took a look at the SP, and I hope that it's some comfort to the folks who are concerned about affordability. I mean, we can't constrain the sale price of a home with a zoning document. That's just not allowed. But I did notice in the SP, it steps down. I think 15 or 16 of the units are limited to 2 stories in 35 foot with pitched roofs. Even the largest units are limited to 3 stories in 40 feet, which is actually smaller than you're even allowed to do in single family zoning today. Additionally, the SP restricts short-term rental use throughout the property. And so, I mean, for those reasons, I don't know that we can build market rate $250,000, $300,000 homes in Nashville. But to me, when I look at this is kind of a plan that's probably going to get us what today is more of the lower end of the quality new build residential market, stuff that is more attainable to working class people. So I'm going to be supporting this one, and I thank the council member for working with the community to make this responsive to their concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rising in support of this item as well, Councilmember Gregg's community of Donaldson and my side of Donaldson and Hermitage are often cited as sister communities. And we are also starting to be the next vestige of change here in Nashville. In this particular area on Donaldson Pike, area I'm very familiar with, travel it at least a few times a week, has gone through a significant transition just in the last couple of years. Across the road, there's been a recent development that has been entered that includes an Italian restaurant, sandwich place, a barber shop. I don't visit that, but my son does. This is a lot, ball guy, right? Yeah, there we go. There's a lot of good stuff going on in Donaldson, y'all. We've got a new library coming in my colleague's district. We have, hopefully, with the pass of a transit referendum in November, a transit hub in this same general area. We're on the move, y'all. We're the cool side of town. So support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Okay, Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I was on the fence whether I was going to stand up and speak about this or not, but I've been flipping through a booklet on my desk from AARP called Discovering and Developing Missing Middle Housing. And it's already been spoken about a little bit tonight, but this is on Donaldson Pike. There's WeGo service on Donaldson Pike. It's a great route there. We want people to have access to transit with more, with higher density. But what we have here is a product that's not a high-rise condo. We have something that's townhomes that steps down. The way that I was looking at the plan and the way it faces Donaldson Pike really is attractive. And then you have the units behind it that are hidden and have tucked-in parking, as well as some open space parking. So to me, it's not an intensive use. I absolutely understand the concerns of the public, and I appreciate that they came out and shared those with us. But to me, this is what and where we should be building more housing. When we build these types of products, it does lower the cost. And as a colleague said, we cannot, as a part of zoning in Tennessee, regulate the sales price of a home when they're built. Having said that, supply and demand and square footage and the size and type of these units are going to lower the price as compared to some large single-family home. And certainly, this is not a spot where I would want to put a high-rise condo or anything like that, and I don't think anybody's advocating for that at all. But this product that's being built here, that's in this SP, hits the nail on the head for a lot of things that we need to be doing throughout the city, especially on a pike like Donaldson Pike. Thank you. And I will be voting in support. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. Ms. Ellis, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to support this legislation, but I just wanted to stand up and remind my colleagues that when we talk about missing middle income housing, we are not talking about the people that live below poverty. and that can't afford to live in the homes that they currently have. I would hope that you all would remember the things that the SEIU members told us on Sunday about affordability, and just be mindful that, some of the language that's being used is being, exclusive.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized on these two bills for discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the motion to approve BL 2024-322 and 323 on second reading, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, both these bills have passed second reading. Okay, next, agenda item 29, BL 2024-324, sponsor Toombs, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from R10 to RM15A-NS zoning for property located at 2128 Belfield Avenue, approximately 147 feet northeast of Courtney Avenue, 0.35 acres, all of which is described within this legislation. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills, please raise their hands? Okay, thank you. And would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills, please raise their hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman in support seek to be recognized? He is shaking his head no. And so with that, I declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, Ms. Toombs has moved approval. Do I hear a second? Okay, is there any discussion on this bill on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed second reading. Okay, the next agenda items are companions and can be taken together. They are agenda items 30 and 31, BL 2024-325 and BL 2024-326, sponsors Druffel and Ewing. The first is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from R40 to RM4 and RM4 to SP zoning for property located at 6842 Highway 70 South, approximately 1,600 feet west of Harding Pike. This is 11.77 acres to permit a mixed-use development, all of which is described herein, and its companion ordinance, which authorizes building material restrictions and requirements for the previous ordinance, and the proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Ms. Ewing, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open on both of these items. And would anybody here, please, members of the public in support of these bills, please raise your hand? Okay, thank you, sir. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills, please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman in support seek to speak? Okay, he is shaking his head no, Ms. Ewing. And so with that, I declare the public hearing on both these matters closed, and it's back to you for a consolidated motion.
I'd like to move to approve, please.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, both these bills have been properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on these bills? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, both these bills have passed the second of 3 readings. Next are agenda items 32 and 33. These are also, again, companion bills. Sponsor Benedict, BL 2024-327 and BL 2024-328. The first is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from RS10 to SP zoning for property located at Hart Lane, unnumbered, and the northwestern corner of Hart Lane and Saunders Avenue, 0.62 1 acres to permit 8 multifamily residential units, and its companion, and Bill 328, an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2024-327. The proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of these 2 bills please raise your hand? Okay, I see you, sir, in the back. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill, or bills rather, please raise your hand? Okay, I see no one raising their hand in opposition. Seeing no one, does the gentleman in support seek to be recognized? He is shaking his head no, Ms. Benedict, and for that reason, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on these bills? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, these 2 bills have passed second reading, and we're on to agenda item 34, sponsor Welsh. BL 2024-329 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from R10 to OR20 ANS zoning for property located at 99 Thompson Lane at the corner of Thompson Lane and Dobbs Avenue. This is 2.2 acres described within the legislation. And let's see, okay, Ms. Welsh, Councilmember, we are to you. You are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this matter please raise your hand? Thank you, gentlemen. Is there anybody here in opposition to this matter? Okay, seeing no one in opposition, do the gentlemen in support seek to speak or be recognized? Okay, they are shaking their heads no, and for that reason, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Councilmember, for a motion.
I move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed the second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 35, BL 2024-330, sponsor Gamble. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from OG to MUL zoning for property located at 605 West Due West Avenue at the southeast corner of West Due West Avenue and Briarville Road, 0.94 acres, described within the legislation. And it does not have a companion. Ms. Gamble, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here to speak in favor or in support of this item please raise your hand? Thank you, sir. Would any members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one in opposition, does the gentleman in support seek to speak or be recognized? Okay, he is shaking his head no and saying no. Thank you. Thank you for your very nice manners. Okay, with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Ms. Gamble, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Like to move for approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed second reading. Next is agenda item 36, BL 2024-331, sponsors Hancock and Allen. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from RS 7.5 to R8 zoning for properties located at 330, 334, 338, and 342 Rio Vista Drive, approximately 691 feet south of Anderson Lane, 0.8 acres, all of which is described within this legislation. Ms. Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this legislation please raise your hand? Okay, seeing none, are there any members of the public here in opposition to this legislation? If so, would you please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one in support or in opposition, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Councilmember Allen, for a motion.
Thank you. Move approval.
Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed the second of 3 readings. Agenda item 37, BL 2024-332, sponsor Evans, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from R8 to RM9ANS zoning for property located at 5001 Bell Road at the southeast corner of Old Hickory Boulevard and Bell Road, 0.62 acres, all of which is described within this legislation. Ms. Evans, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this legislation please raise your hand? Thank you, sir. Would any members of the public here in opposition to this legislation please raise your hand? Seeing no one in opposition, does the gentleman in support seek to be recognized? Okay, he is nodding his head no, and so with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Councilmember Evans, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval, please.
Okay, do I hear a second? Okay, we're getting tired. Properly moved, properly seconded. I see it, Ms. Hill, thank you. Any discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed the second of 3 readings. Agenda item 38 is our last matter on zoning public hearing. It is BL 2024-333, sponsor Horton. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from R8 to RM15ANS zoning for property located at 6307 Robertson Avenue, approximately 271 feet west of Crowley Drive, 0.46 acres described within this legislation. This has already previously been substituted. Okay, Mr. Horton, it's to you, sir.
I'd like to request to open the public hearing, please.
Sure. I declare the public hearing open. Would any members of the public here in support of this legislation please raise your hands? Thank you, sir. And ma'am. Is anybody here in opposition to this bill? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none in opposition, do those 2 folks in support seek to be recognized or to speak? They are both nodding their head no, Mr. Horton. And so with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
I'd like to move to approve, please.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Do I hear a second? Properly moved, properly seconded. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, you have passed this bill on the second of 3 readings, and this concludes our public hearings. Okay, we are now moving into our consolidated consent agenda. Okay, all resolutions and second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all committees to which the item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. The item number, along with the resolution and the ordinance number of the items on the consent agenda, will be read by me. And the members of the council may remove any item from consent by request after all items are read and before the consent agenda vote is taken. I did just want for the public and the body to be aware, the reason we have the cadence of reading this is so in an effort to consolidate our agenda, we do have to give a kind of public notice and show on our screens, both here and at home, the caption of this bill. What we did realize subsequent to the last meeting is that the captions of the bill were not showing for those viewers on live stream or at home. Hence, those people watching on live stream and at home might have been like, wow, this is pretty slow. And I know there is a general feeling in that regard, but I am taking advice of our legal counsel and attempting to move through as swiftly as possible, but give due notice and awareness of the items that have been consolidated, okay? And so I just wanted to clarify about that, as that was a little bit of a hiccup last time. But that has been addressed, and so if any member of the public notices that that is not happening, please do let us know. Okay, so now then, we are moving into our resolutions on consent. First among them is Agenda Item 40, Resolution 2024-391. Agenda Item 41, Resolution 2024-392. Agenda Item 42, Resolution 2024-393. Agenda Item 43, Resolution 2024-394. Agenda Item 44, Resolution 2024-395. Agenda Item 45, Resolution 2024-396. Agenda Item 47, Resolution 2024-398. Agenda Item 48, Resolution 2024-399. Agenda Item 49, Resolution 2024-400. Agenda Item 50, Resolution 2024-401. Agenda Item 51, Resolution 2024-402. Agenda Item 52, Resolution 2024-403. Agenda Item 53, Resolution 2024-404. Agenda Item 54, Resolution 2024-405. Agenda Item 55, Resolution 2024-406. Agenda Item 56, Resolution 2024-407. Agenda Item 57, Resolution 2024-408. Agenda Item 58, Resolution 2024-409. Agenda Item 59, Resolution 2024-410. Agenda Item 60, Resolution 2024-411. Agenda Item 61, Resolution 2024-412. Agenda Item 62, Resolution 2024-413. Agenda Item 63, Resolution 2024-414. Agenda Item 64, Resolution 2024-415. Agenda Item 66, Resolution 2024-417. Agenda item 67, Resolution 2024-418. Agenda item 68, Resolution 2024-419. Agenda item 69, Resolution 2024-420. Agenda item 70, Resolution 2024-421. Agenda item 71, Resolution 2024-422. Agenda item 72, Resolution 2024-423. Agenda item 73, Resolution 2024-424. Agenda item 74, Resolution 2024-425. Agenda item 75, Resolution 2024-426. Agenda item 76, Resolution 2024-427. Agenda item 77, Resolution 2024-428. Agenda item 78, Resolution 2024-429. Agenda item 79, Resolution 2024-430. Agenda item 80, Resolution 2024-431. Agenda item 81, Resolution 2024-432. Agenda item 83, Resolution 2024-434. Agenda item 84, Resolution 2024-435. Agenda item 85, Resolution 2024-436. Agenda item 86, Resolution 2024-437. Agenda item 87, Resolution 2024-438. Agenda item 88, Resolution 2024-439. Agenda item 89, Resolution 2024-440. Agenda item 90, Resolution 2024-441. Agenda item 91, Resolution 2024-442. Agenda item 92, Resolution 2024-443. Agenda item 93, Resolution 2024-444. Okay. That concludes our consent agenda resolutions. Now we're going to roll right into proposed second reading ordinances for the consent agenda. Beginning with agenda item 128, ordinance BL 2024-307. Agenda item 129, ordinance BL 2024-334. Agenda item 130, ordinance BL 2024-336. Agenda item 131, ordinance BL 2024-337. Ordinance or rather, Agenda Item 132, Ordinance BL 2024-338. Agenda Item 133, Ordinance BL 2024-339. Agenda Item 134, Ordinance BL 2024-340. Agenda Item 135, Ordinance BL 2024-341. And lastly, on second reading for consent, Agenda Item 136, Ordinance BL 2024-342. Now we're going to be moving into bills on third reading that are proposed for the consent agenda. And first among those is Agenda Item 137, Ordinance BL 2024-179. Agenda Item 138, Ordinance BL 2024-182. Agenda Item 139, Ordinance BL 2024-271. Agenda Item 140, Ordinance BL 2024-272. Agenda Item 141, Ordinance BL 2024-285. Agenda Item 142, Ordinance BL 2024-286. Agenda Item 143, BL 2024, Ordinance -290. Agenda Item 144, Ordinance BL 2024-301. Agenda Item 145, Ordinance BL 2024-302. Agenda Item 146, Ordinance BL 2024-304. Agenda Item 147, Ordinance BL 2024-305. Agenda Item 149, Ordinance BL 2024-308. Agenda Item 150, Ordinance BL 2024-309. Agenda Item 151, Ordinance BL 2024-310. Agenda Item 152, Ordinance BL 2024-311. Agenda Item 153, Ordinance BL 2024-312. Agenda Item 154, BL 2024-313. Agenda Item 155, Ordinance BL 2024-314. And then Agenda Item, lastly on third, 156, Ordinance BL 2024-315. Okay. Members have heard all of the resolutions, second reading ordinances, and third reading ordinances that are proposed for consent. If members have items that they would like to remove from consent, if they would kindly enter the queue at this time. Okay, Councilwoman Welsh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just need to be recorded as a no vote on item 41, RS 2024-392. So I don't know if I need to pull that from consent or not.
If you are going to be a no vote, we will need to pull that from
So I need to
consent.
pull that from
That's
consent.
okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Items 139 and 140.
Okay. These are items on third reading. Item 139, BL 2024-271, and agenda item 140, Ms. Toombs, is that correct? BL 2024-272. Both those items on third reading will be removed from consent. Okay, Ms. Sepulveda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. RS 2024-444.
Okay, 444 is agenda item 93. RS 2024-444 will be removed from consent by Ms. Sepulveda. Okay, Ms. Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I wanted to, I guess, pull 137, BL 2024-179. I want to abstain from that item. But I also wanted to.
For an abstention, we do need to pull. Let's check the rules for an abstention on a third reading item.
Okay, great.
Okay, we don't have to remove that from consent for purposes of an abstention, but we will note that you want to be recorded as an abstention on 130.
Thank you very much. And then I wanted to pull item 86, the resolution for Dr. Glenda Glover.
Okay, Ms. Stiles is requesting that agenda item 86, resolution 2024-437, be removed from consent.
I have one more question. Item number 88, I hadn't seen that come through to sign on to that item. Do I need to pull that off to sign on to it, or?
No, you can just email metroclerk@nashville.gov right now and sign on to that.
Okay.
Okay, any
Vice Mayor.
other items? Ms. Stiles, go ahead.
Well, I actually, because I'm not sure who the sponsor is of item 88 about Allison Russell, but Gracias, because I wanted to speak about it, but I were you planning on doing something with it? Are you in the queue? Okay. Then in that case, I would like to pull 88 off.
Okey dokes. Item 88 has been removed from consent. That is resolution 2024 439 regarding Ms. Allison Russell. That will not be on consent. Okay. Ms. Suara, you are recognized. Oops, sorry. Go ahead, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Item number 79, please.
Okay, agenda item 79 is resolution 2024-430. Okay, that item is no longer on consent. Ms. Vo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to pull item number 91, RS 2024-442.
Okay, agenda item 91. RS 2024-442 will be pulled from consent. Okay, Mr. Coupin. you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Item 83 and 84, please.
Okay. Items 83 and 84 are resolutions 434 and 435. Okay, both of those have been removed from consent. Okay. Are any other members seeking to remove items from the consolidated consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will now go to committee reports for items on the consent agenda. Okay. So first, for items on consent, let's see. Chair Porterfield, I can go ahead and go to you. Go ahead, please, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I'm gonna apologize in advance because several of these bounce around. So, Budget and Finance considered the following items. RS 2024-391, 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 392 and 393, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 394 and 398. 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 399, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 400, 401, 402, 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 403, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 404, 405, 406, 407, 408, 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 409, 13 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 410, 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 411 and 12, 13 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 413, 414, 415, 417, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 427, 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 428, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. 429, 430, and 431, 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining. And then for the second reading ordinances, for BL 2024, 334, 336, 337, and 338, all passed, 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining.
Thank you for your level of diligence, Chair. I appreciate it. Okay. Next, I'm going to go to Chair Stiles for Arts, Parks, Libraries, and Entertainment. Chair, you have items on resolutions and also a second reading ordinance.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We had RS 2024-403, 404, 405, 406, passed 5 in favor, 0 against. Then RS 2024-407, 408, and 409, passed 7 in favor, 0 against. And BL 2024-334, passed 7 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, next I'm going to be coming to Planning and Zoning, Chair Gamble. You are recognized, Chair Gamble.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. For clarification, is RS 2024-374 on consent?
Let me check. Do you know the agenda item, Ms. Campbell?
No.
Okay, it is
Oh,
not,
it is 39.
Okay.
It's not on consent.
it is
Number
not on
30.
consent.
Thank you for
Okay.
that clarification. So on consent, planning and zoning considered RS 2024-396, 401, 418, 419, 420, 421, 425, 426, and 431. Recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Oh, I forgot 432. Let me add that to that consent list.
Okay, that was my next question for you, so
Yes.
that's great, okay?
And then bills on second reading, Bill 2024-307, 337, 338, 339, 340, 341, and 342. Planning and zoning recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gamble. Okay, next, Chair Aaron Evans for Public Health and Safety Committee report, please, Chair.
It's going to Vice Chair
Okay.
Taylor.
Thank you. Vice Chair Taylor, you're recognized for the committee report, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. RS 2024-392, 10 in favor, 0 against. 398, 10 in favor, 0 against. 410, 10 in favor, 0 against. 411, 10 in favor, 0 against. 413, 10 in favor, 0 against. 414, 415, and 10 in favor, 0 against. And then 417, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, so all were 10 in favor, 0 against, with the exception of 417, which was 8 in favor,
That's correct.
0 against. Okay, got it. Do we have a report on 412?
412, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Okay, and then let's see. So there were no second reading items before that committee. Okay, and so we've done this one and this one. Okay, Chair Sepulveda, for the report of the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted on RS 2024-395, 436, 438, 440, 441, 443, 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, that concludes your report. Okay, and lastly, Chair Sean Parker for Transportation and Infrastructure Committee report, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Our vote count jumped around a little bit on resolution, so I'll go a little bit slowly here.
Okay.
On RS 2024-418, 419, and 420, recommended approval 10 in favor, 0 against. On resolution 421, recommended approval 11 in favor, 0 against. On resolution 422, 423, 424, 425, and 426, recommended approval 10 in favor, 0 against. On 429, we recommended approval 11 in favor, 0 against. On 431, also 11 in favor, 0 against. And on 432, recommended approval 10 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, and did we have 430 or was that pulled from consent?
430 was pulled from consent.
Thank you for the reminder. Got it.
And on bills on second reading, these were all recommended for approval, 10 in favor, 0 against. We had BL 2024-307, 336, 337, 338, 339, 340, 341, and 342. And again, those were all recommended for approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
And would you please make a motion for the consolidated consent agenda?
Be happy to. With all committee reports in, I will move the consolidated consent agenda.
Do I hear a second? Okay. Okay. Properly moved, properly seconded. Any discussion on the consolidated consent agenda? Seeing none. All in favor, please say aye. Okay, any voting no or any abstaining? Oh, okay, great. We have passed our consolidated consent agenda. And so now we will return to items that were not on consent. Okay. And we will just work through those in order. So returning back to resolutions. Okay, the first resolution that was not on consent is Agenda Item 39, Resolution 2024-374, sponsors Bradford, Gamble, Parker, and Evan Siegel. This is a resolution to amend the Ordinance BL 2024-239 to authorize the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon additional public water mains, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at 1 Terminal Drive, also known as B&A Concourse D expansion. Councilman Bradford, you are recognized, sir.
Committee reports, please.
Okay. Chair Gamble for Planning and Zoning, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Councilman Parker, Chair Parker, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Transportation and Infrastructure recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, but with 1 abstention.
Okay, 10 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention. Okay, with committee reports in, it's back to you, Mr. Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for approval with brief comment.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
I would like to thank my colleagues for deferring this at the last meeting. That deferral did get the attention of B&A leadership and brought them to the table to begin discussing some of the issues that I've been seeing in my district in relation to airport expansion, airport noise, et cetera. So that is why I want to go ahead and let this go ahead and pass tonight. I would like to be marked as an abstention, just because I still don't feel like that we are quite there yet with the airport. But knowing that there will be other opportunities throughout this term with similar legislation, if the issues still continue, and I don't see any more improvements with the airport, then I will use those opportunities to do what we've done in the past. So with that, I'll be abstaining. I'm not going to ask for any colleagues to vote no. If you wish to vote no, that's on you, but go ahead and move for approval.
Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, with Mr. Bradford being recorded as an abstention, we'll just do this by voice. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Obvious. Oh, okay. In addition to Mr. Bradford, Ms. Porterfield wants to abstain, and Ms. Gadd. So, Mr. Clerk, that's 3 abstentions, sir. Do you have those? Okay. All right. Okay, the next resolution is Agenda Item 41, Resolution 2024-392, Porterfield and Evans sponsors. This is a resolution approving a contract by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Rite of Passage, Inc. for operation and management services for the Davidson County Juvenile Detention Facility. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports are in, and I would like to move for approval.
Okay. Let's see. Will we? Yeah, we actually still need committee reports.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I gave the one for Budget and Finance. It was 12 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting. And if there are any other committee reports, I would love to hear them.
Mr. Taylor, your committee report, please, for this matter.
Thank you. I also gave this committee report, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All right. So with those reports, it's then back to you, Ms. Porterfield, for a motion on your bill.
Move for approval.
Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing no discussion, Do we have? Okay. Okay, so I think knowing that we've got some folks that are going to want to vote no and or abstain on this, we're going to do a roll call vote for this matter. So Mr. Clerk, if you could please open the machines for Resolution 2024-392. Okay, with all votes in, Mr. Clerk, please close the machines and show the vote. Okay, this motion passes with 23 votes approving, 3 against, and 4 abstentions. Okay, the resolution passes. Okay. Next is agenda item 46, Resolution 2024-397. Again, sponsor Porterfield and Evans. This is a resolution accepting the terms of cooperative purchasing master agreement for executive search and direct permanent replacement services for the Metropolitan Action Commission. Chair Porterfield, for your committee report, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, Budget and Finance voted 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 1-meeting deferral.
Okay. Vice Chair Taylor for Public Health and Safety on this bill, please, sir.
Thank you. RS 2024-397, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 1-meeting deferral.
Okay. That then, members, is a 1-meeting deferral by rule. Okay. That item is deferred to our next agenda. Okay, next is agenda item 65, Resolution 2024-416, sponsor Porterfield and Evans. This is a resolution approving the First Amendment to an agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and the Bode Cellmark Forensic, Inc., doing business as Bode Technology, to provide testing for forensic biological evidence. Chair Porterfield, you are recognized.
Committee reports, Budget and Finance voted 11 in favor, 1 against, and 1 not voting.
Okay. Vice Chair Taylor, you are recognized.
For RS 2024-416, 6 in favor, 2 against, and 0 not voting.
Okay, with 2 votes against, we will have to do a roll call vote, but I'm going to go back to you for a motion, please, first. Chair.
Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve and properly seconded, and now we are on discussion. Ms. Kimbrough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I respectfully request, I'd like to move for a 1-meeting deferral so that I would be able to ask the department questions that I wasn't able to get answered during committee.
Okay, Ms. Kimbrough has made a motion for a 1-meeting deferral. Is there a second for that motion? Okay, there's a motion properly seconded. We're now on discussion of the 1-meeting deferral. Mr. Nash, are you seeking to be recognized on the deferral, sir? Yes? Okay, Mr. Nash, you're recognized on the 1-meeting deferral.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to speak against the deferral. When I was on the department in sex abuse, we were constantly running behind getting evidence back from the state on DNA cases. We finally, as a department, after I retired, were able to get their own lab together, which has helped cure some of that backlog. But DNA evidence, different kinds of DNA now are present, and the need for additional testing has grown quadrupled. I know we're asking for a lot of money here, but we're also having to test a lot more of these specimens. As pointed out earlier in our committee, this DNA evidence not is just to convict folks, but also to exonerate some folks. And it's important, I think, if we just look at Memphis here recently, and I apologize, I don't remember the young lady's name, but she was out jogging early in the morning. She was murdered, sexually abused. If that person had previously committed a rape, DNA evidence had not been tested yet. If it had been tested for the previous rape, that person would have been in jail, hopefully, and not be able to kill the young lady in Memphis. This is not something we should be waiting on, whether it be 1 day, 2 weeks. This is something we need to move forward on now.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Ms. Evans-Siegel, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support the deferral on this. While MNPD did come and provide some explanation as to why this is needed and to be expanded, there were a whole lot of questions asked by my colleague that, unfortunately, I think the MNPD representative who was here was not only not able to answer and not prepared for, but a lot of equivocation, even when those answers were seemingly given. And I remain confused as well as to exactly the scope of the contract and what MNPD is planning to do. While certainly I would support any thing that we could do to speed up finding this sort of evidence and making sure that we are getting the information we need. We do need to understand as a body what we are sending out and what we are keeping in and what we are paying for.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Evans-Siegel. Mr. Huffman, you are recognized, sir, on the deferral.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in opposition to this deferral. Anytime that we bring a deferral before this body, I think it's very important to ask the reason why, if it outweighs the good. And the good in this situation is that we're clearing a very heavy backlog. This can help us solve crimes. It's as simple as that. And my colleague's example regarding the young lady in Memphis can be multiplied all across this state, all across this city. So time is of the essence in these instances, and that is also in effect with this legislation. So I urge my colleagues to not support this.
Okay. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As sponsor, I rise in support of the deferral. We did have a robust conversation in committee yesterday, and there were a lot of questions that were lingering, and I do thank MNPD for trying to answer those questions, but it was evident that there were still questions that were lingering, and I would love to give our colleague the opportunity to work with MNPD to get her questions answered. And I would like to just reiterate that the colleague did not take a position on whether she supported the legislation or not. She simply asked for a deferral to get more information. At this point in time, there were questions about how much of the testing will be done by MNPD, how much of it will be outsourced. There were questions about the turnaround time and how quickly this could expedite some of the testing, what type of testing will be done with the outside lab versus MNPD. So there are still questions out there. So again, this isn't rising in opposition to it. It's just asking for the opportunity to get some more information. So I'm standing in support of that 1 meeting deferral, Vice Mayor.
Okay. There is a motion to defer 1 meeting. It has been properly seconded. We have discussed that, and I see no additional members in the queue for purposes of discussion on the 1 meeting deferral. We're going to try this by voice. All members in support of a 1 meeting deferral, please say aye. Aye. Members opposed to a 1 meeting deferral? Okay, any abstaining? Okay, the deferral passes. This is a deferred 1 meeting. Okay. Next, agenda item 79, Resolution 2024-430, sponsors Porterfield and Parker. This is a resolution accepting the terms of Cooperative Purchasing Master Agreement for a suite of applications that allows integration of energy bills into one platform for the Water Department and Sewerage Services. For the Department, rather, of Water and Sewerage Services. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, Budget and Finance voted 14 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Vice Chair Evan Siegel for Transportation and Infrastructure.
Transportation and Infrastructure voted 10 in favor and 0 against.
Okay.
Move for approval.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this? Okay. Ms. Suara, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I pulled the resolution just for one reason. Anyone that watched the budget and finance conversation yesterday will notice that we actually deferred a contract that was a cooperative agreement. And in looking at all of the agenda for today, we have 5 cooperative agreements on the agenda. So I wanted to explain why one was deferred and we're letting the other go, so that at least it will show consistency. My plan originally was to defer this one too, but in looking at the other 4 cooperative agreements, it's important to know that those ones were for acquiring goods. Number 2, they also have a price list in the contract. And so whereas the one that was deferred was for services and there was no price. And so because we did not have the price was the reason why we deferred it. So since that was deferred by rule, I couldn't make the explanation under that. But I wanted to pull it under this because we want to make sure that we're consistent in our application of our interpretation. And I just wanted to let everybody understand that. So thank you.
Okay. So there is a motion to approve, properly seconded. You have heard some discussion from Ms. Suara. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized for discussion on this matter? Okay. This is Resolution 2024-430. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. This resolution has passed. Okay. Agenda item 82, Resolution 2024-433, sponsors Bradford, Toombs, Stiles, Vaux, Porterfield, and Gadd. This is a resolution requesting the Metropolitan Nashville Airport Authority and the Metropolitan Department of Codes to provide written notice of any actions taken to demolish, relocate, or otherwise permanently alter the building known as Cole Mere, located at 1400 Murfreesboro Pike. Councilman Bradford, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Committee reports.
Okay, would you like to provide your GovOps first?
I'll go ahead. And Government Operations, we voted 7 in favor, 1 against, 0 non-voting to approve the resolution.
Okay, recommending approval, 7 in favor, 1 against, and 1 not voting, or 0 not? 0, got it. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. Okay, go ahead, Chair Sepulveda. You're recognized for committee report.
Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All right, so it's back to you, Mr. Bradford, for a motion.
Move for approval with brief comment.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. One reason I wanted to file this legislation was ongoing accountability to BNA. And one reason being, we've seen so many stories over our city's past where developers have gone in middle of the night and bulldozed historic structures without waiting for proper due diligence. And so there was a serious concern within my community that this might happen with the Cole Mere. And since we didn't get any confirmed commitments from BNA the other day about what their future plans are for the building, I feel like this is a good opportunity for us to go on the record again, requesting Metro Codes to keep an eye on any potential actions taken by the airport, and for that notice be given to us so that we can have an opportunity to call it out or to try to work with the airport to save the building in some way. So with that, I again ask my colleagues to support this. It's a very simple resolution, just putting us on the record holding the airport accountable. Thank you.
Okay, this resolution has been properly moved and properly seconded for approval. You heard a brief explanation by the sponsor. Is anyone else seeking to discuss this bill? Seeing none, all in favor of approval, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Oh, okay. Let's see. So you are a no or abstention? Okay. Yep. Okay, so we got to go on the boards. Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the machine. Okay, with all votes in, Mr. Clerk, please close the machine and show the vote. Motion passes, 30 in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstaining. Okay. Agenda item 83, Resolution 2024-434, sponsors Coopin, Hill, Spain, Gamble, Huffman, Stiles, Nash, Swara, Vo, Evans, Eastlick, Evans, Siegel, Gadd, Webb, Allen, Hancock, Rutherford, and Toombs. This is a resolution honoring Burdell Campbell for her contributions to historic preservation, environmentalism, and civic causes in Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Coopin, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
Okay, Councilwoman Sepulveda, Chair, you are recognized.
Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, it's back to you, Mr. Coopin.
I'd like to actually move for a 1 meeting deferral, please, on this.
Okie dokes. Is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion on the 1 meeting deferral? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of a 1 meeting deferral, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, this matter is deferred 1 meeting. Okay, next is agenda item 84, resolution 2024-435, sponsors Huffman, Coopin, Ellis, Bradford, Hill, Spain, Nash, Swara, Vo, Evans, Wiener, Rutherford, Hancock, Johnston, Eastlick, Cash, Webb, Gadd, Allen, Gamble, Toombs, and Benton. This is a resolution recognizing the contributions of Keith Durbin to the Metropolitan government and expressing appreciation for his leadership of the Metropolitan Informational Technology Services Department. Mr. Huffman, sir. Mr. Huffman, you are recognized on your resolution regarding Mr. Durbin that was pulled from consent. Oops, sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for approval.
We're going to ask for a committee report first,
Committee
and I'm going to
reports.
recognize Ms. Sepulveda. Go ahead.
Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, now we're back to you for approval.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. It looks like there is some discussion on this matter. And so with that, Mr. Coopin, I will recognize you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks to my colleague for carrying this resolution to recognize a huge member of our community, Mr. Keith Durbin, who is was the CIO of ITS, and his incredible team who stay late with us here on Tuesday nights. And in Keith's 15 years, he's served under 5 mayors as the Chief Information Officer and Director of ITS. He's also been an advocate for Metro employees, championing and starting the Metro Government Employee Emergency Support Fund, which assists Metro employees in their times of need, and so much more. I encourage everyone to read this resolution. Prior to serving as in ITS, he also represented District 18 as the first openly gay elected official in Tennessee. So really incredible. And then recently at the ESRI Public Sector CIO Summit in March of this year, Keith and his team at ITS was presented with the 2024 Enterprise Approach to GIS Award. So he's led an award-winning team for years. He is moving on to a new endeavor. We wish him all the best of luck and thank him for all of his service. And I would love if after the comments, if the sponsor would consider amending the motion to include 12.3 so that everyone voting in the affirmative would be signed on to recognize Mr. Durbin. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Coupin. Okay, next is Mr. Bradford. And Mr. Huffman, I'll come back to you at the end so you can amend that motion. Go ahead, Mr. Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My colleague from District 19 kind of stole some of my thunder, but I wanted to go ahead and quickly invite my fellow members of the LGBTQ caucus to stand up real quick. As Councilmember Coupin stated, Mr. Durbin was the first openly elected LGBT individual in the state of Tennessee. Those of us standing up right now, we are his legacy. Since his election, we have formed our first caucus. We have LGBT judges. We now have LGBT representation in our state legislature. And so I just want to thank Director Durbin for walking so that we could run.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. Well said. Okay, Ms. Ellis, you are recognized, ma'am.
So to echo everything that my colleagues have already said, I just wanted to rise in honor of Keith Durbin leaving because this is a true gem that Metro is losing. And we should all be eternally grateful for the work that he has done, seen and unseen.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Swara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to rise and publicly thank Keith for all of his years of services, and I particularly wanted to thank him for the last two events that I had, the Youth and Local Government Day as well as the Diane Nash event. He and his team actually helped out so much, and one was even on a Saturday, but as always, as the leader of the team and everybody else working on it, they did a phenomenal job. So I want to thank him for everything that he's done over the years, for always being patient with me every time I pull his stuff, and he has to send me things. But just being a gentleman, always approachable, always very friendly, and I've never seen him mad, so that's good. And so just wanted to thank him for everything that he did.
Thank you, Ms. Swara. Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'm going to go back to you, Mr. Houghton, to amend your approval motion.
Thank you very much. Y'all. Oh my goodness. Don't add the tea now. Okay, so before I do that, really quickly, just a brief comment about Keith. So Director Durbin, on top of all the wonderful things that everyone has said about him, has had a really incredible legacy at Metro IT and has built something that could be really proud of. Whoever steps in his shoes has some big ones to fill. And with that, I move that we adopt Rule 12.3.
Okay, so Mr. Huffman has amended his motion to approve and applied Rule 12.3, which means that all members voting in the affirmative will be listed as co-sponsors of the bill. Is there a second for that amended motion? Okay. See you in a second. Any further discussion about that or that amendment to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. All right, we have adopted that resolution. Okay, next is Agenda Item 86, Resolution 2024-437, sponsors Taylor, Toombs, Stiles, Lee, Allen, and Swara. This is a resolution honoring Dr. Glenda Baskin Glover upon the occasion of her retirement as president of the Tennessee State University. Mr. Taylor, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Real quick, I need
committee
to get
reports.
committee report from Chair Sepulveda behind you there. Go ahead, Chair.
Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voted.
Thank you, Chair. And back to you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval.
Yep, properly moved, properly seconded. Go ahead and give your comment.
Dr. Glover was a Jim Tennessee State University. so many things happened under her watch, and Tennessee State University grew, their student population grew, their access to graduation for young Black people in and around Tennessee and around Nashville and around this region grew. And so really sad to see her go, but extremely happy that she gets a chance to kind of live her retirement through her golden years. And I would like to renew my approval, my motion.
Okay, there is a motion to approve, properly seconded, and I see Ms. Suara for discussion.
Yes, rising to say thank you to Dr. Glover as well. A very accomplished woman, still very humble, and did a whole lot for TSU. She's one of only 2 people in the entire country that has a CPA, a JD, and what's the other one? PhD, yes, PhD. I mean, so a lot of letters. A very smart woman, but she came and she turned that institution around, and she did a whole lot for TSU and for our community. And despite everything that she had to go through with the state and the state treatment of TSU, the state withholding TSU funds, she was still very gracious. And so I wanted to just rise and said, look, every time we have the opportunity to give people their flowers, I think we should do so. And this is someone that I respect and I admire. And I say thank you and wish her the very best as well.
Thank you, Ms. Suara. Councilwoman Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I guess first thing I'd like to add that we Murphy rule this or whatever we're calling it now, so we could get everyone on it.
You would like to apply Rule 12.3.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I also want.
Let's you know what? Let's just. Why don't you make a motion to apply Rule 12.3? Why don't we just do it that way? Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to apply Rule 12.3.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Is the lead sponsor in agreement? Okay. All in favor of applying Rule 12.3, which will mean that all folks voting in the affirmative will be listed as co-sponsors on this legislation, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. So the motion that is now before us is a motion to approve with Rule 12.3 applied. Go ahead, Ms. Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I just want to say thank you to the sponsor for doing this resolution, because Dr. Glover has done a tremendous job in being president of TSU. The relationships that she built in the time that she was there are unparalleled, between Amazon relationships, Apple relationships, working on building a new dorm, even though, that was kind of hinky in getting to that place. The increased enrollment is what led to the necessity for that dorm. I think she has been a bit of an unsung hero. She has raised Tennessee State University's, just overall appearance throughout the country by being on the first ever HBCU panel. She's the vice chair of that panel. And while holding down the position of being the president, she also was the president of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, of which I am a member of 30 years, Ski Phi frat. And so to hold down 2 organizations at the same time, I think is tremendous. And as council members Suara and Taylor said, she is very humble and definitely a woman of faith. And I'm very, very sad to see her go. I hope that TSU is fortunate enough to find someone else that is able to fill her shoes. And I just ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized? Okay. Seeing none, there is a motion to approve with Rule 12.3 applied. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. You have adopted this resolution. Okay, agenda item 88, resolution 2024-439, sponsors Porterfield and Suara, is a resolution honoring folk musician and singer-songwriter Allison Russell on her first Grammy Award. Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Ms. Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval, and I would also like to invoke Rule 12.3 as well.
Okay.
I have, do I need
Is there a second for that motion? Okay.
Thank you. I will keep my comment very brief. Anyone that has met Allison knows that she's just a beautiful, beautiful person inside and out. And this is just going on record to honor her for her first Grammy Award. She's previously had 8 Grammy nominations over 3 years. And we are extremely excited that she did earn this Grammy Award, and we just wanted to stand in support of her as Nashvillians and as Tennesseans, that we are so very proud of her. And I'm going to stop talking because I believe Council Lady Stiles has a lot to say. So I'll pass it to her, Vice Mayor.
Okay, Councilwoman Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Porterfield, for doing this resolution. I'm not going to be long-winded. The reality is, the reality is that Miss Russell getting her first Grammy, this is in Americana. And since the pandemic, we have begun to see a rise of Black people in country music that may be kind of personal for me. And we should commend Allison, commend Allison for this achievement, because initially it wasn't acknowledged properly in this state. And this is not an easy business to be in. And so to make it to this pinnacle, she deserves to be commended. And as we are 1 month away from Black Music Month, I think this is a great way for us to kick things off. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. Councilwoman Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I like consistency. I want to rise and thank Allison as well. I had the pleasure of actually meeting Allison when we both did the TEDx talk at the same time and got to know her as a person. There's a lot of famous people that you cannot reach that are not approachable, but she's not one of those. She gave her cell phone number. I still text and still talk to her. Very talented, very humble, very gifted. Music, it tells a lot of stories. You have to listen to it. It brings you out, it brings you up, it raises you up. And I'm grateful to Councilmember Porterfield for bringing this, because I know that a similar one was attempted somewhere else that didn't go through. But we want to show Allison and all the talents that are in Nashville that we appreciate all that they bring to this city. And I want to just say thank you, Allison. We love you, and congratulations on your first Grammy, and wishing her many, many more, and ask everyone to please support.
All righty. Seeing no one else seeking discussion, there is a motion to approve, properly seconded, with Rule 12.3 applied, such that all voting in the affirmative will be recorded as co-sponsors. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, you have adopted this resolution. Okay. Agenda item 91, Resolution 2024-442, sponsors Vo and Suara, is a resolution recognizing May 2024 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Nashville and Davidson County. Ms. Vo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee's reports.
Okay, Chair Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Thank you, Chair. Back to you, Ms. Vo.
I'd like to move for approval and invoke Rule 12.3 with a brief comment.
Go ahead.
Great. Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is a profound occasion. It celebrates more than 28,000 community members representing 45 diverse ethnicities and more than 100 language dialects within Davidson County. This resolution gives me the opportunity to discuss the limited awareness of AANHPI communities. And I want to share that a recent report from the Asian American Foundation found that 38% of Asian Americans didn't feel that they belonged in the United States. And when asked why, respondents said anti-Asian hate as the top reason. Then the lack of representation at high levels across all industries was another factor. So to every member of the AANHPI community, who may feel marginalized, invisible, or overlooked here in Davidson County, I extend this message to you. You belong, your stories, your heritage, and your presence enrich the fabric of our society. Beyond the confines of this designated month, I pledge to stand by you, celebrate you, and champion your voices every single day. Together, let us forge a future where belonging is not a privilege, but a fundamental right for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowe. Okay, there's a motion to approve with Rule 12.3. Any other members seeking discussion or comment? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, you have adopted this resolution. Thank you. Okay, last on our resolutions portion of the agenda is agenda item 93, resolution 2024-444. Sponsors Sepulveda, Evans, Siegel, Porterfield, Hill, Nash, Swara, Huffman, Bowe, Stiles, Welsh, Gamble, Weiner, Gadd, Ellis, Parker, Webb, Lee, Coopin, Benedict, Allen, Bradford, Cash, Taylor, Eastlick, Rutherford, and Toombs. This is a resolution recognizing April 28th, 2024 as Workers' Memorial Day. Ms. Sepulveda is both the sponsor and the committee chair. Go ahead, Ms. Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For committee reports, rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And with that, I will move for approval with a brief comment.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Great. So last week, we recognized Workers' Memorial Day. Every day, over 340 workers lose their lives and more than 6,000 endure injuries and illnesses due to avoidable hazardous working conditions. Black, Latino, and immigrant workers are disproportionately killed on the job. Latinos are more exposed to fatalities and injuries because they make up about a third of the nation's construction workers. In a state that has preempted us on basic worker protections, such as mandatory heat breaks, certified payroll, mandatory contracts with all subcontractors, and on, it is imperative that we do everything in our power to protect our workers. Now, it was important for me to speak to that because we have had fatalities just last year. People are getting hurt on the job every day. In the upcoming couple of meetings, we will begin a discussion regarding worker rights. I think it's time to start putting some teeth to it and to find these creative ways to protect our workers. And not just with upcoming legislation, but also during our budget process. So please be on the lookout for that. Hopefully we can make the city work for our workers.
Thank you, Ms. Sepulveda. Okay, there is a motion to approve, properly seconded. Anyone else seeking to speak for discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, you have adopted this resolution. Okay, that concludes the resolutions portion of our agenda. Okay, and next will be bills on introduction and first reading. Without objection, all items on first reading may be voted on at the same time, but I know we have at least 3 items, agenda items 94, 95, and 124. That we will take up separately for deferral and potentially withdrawal. So do any other items need to be pulled from consolidated first reading consideration? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Darby, is it sufficient to articulate the 3 items that will not be on the consolidated vote, or do I need to read those captions? Yep. Okay. All right. So we are going to vote now on all bills on introduction and first reading, accepting agenda items 94, 95, and 124. Is there a motion to adopt all those items on first reading? Properly moved, properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Okay. All right. Okay. Now we will move on to agenda item 94. This is BL 2024-181. Sponsors Horton, Evans Siegel, Parker, Vo, Benedict, Huffman, Welsh, Sepulveda, Coupin, Cortez, and Bradford. This is an ordinance to amend section 16.08.012 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to amend adopted building codes to allow for certain residential buildings up to 6 stories to be served by a single exit stairway. Mr. Horton, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to withdraw this bill with a brief comment.
Go ahead.
Since this bill was introduced, the Tennessee General Assembly passed a bill addressing these types of structures and setting out minimum safety conditions. What this withdrawal does is allow us and the Metro fire professionals to look at the state bill and ensure that when this comes back, it's in alignment with the new Tennessee statewide building construction safety standards.
Okay, the bill is withdrawn. It does not require a vote to do so. Thank you for the explanation. Next on first reading is agenda item 95, BL 2024-187. Sponsors Horton, Evans Siegel, Vo, Benedict, Huffman, Welsh, Sepulveda, Coupin, Cortez, Bradford, and Spain. This is an ordinance amending section 17.08.030 of the Metropolitan Code of Zoning Regulations to change the single-family, two-family, and multifamily uses from being permitted conditionally to being permitted by right in the CS commercial service and CSNS commercial service no short-term rental, CSA commercial services alternative, and CSANS commercial service alternative no short-term rental zoning districts. Mr. Horton, you're recognized again, sir.
I would like to move for a one-meeting deferral with a brief comment.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Purpose for this deferral is, since introducing it, I received a lot of very helpful comments from members, other council members, from members of the public, as well as from the planning department. I call them compromises. They really do improve and benefit the bill. These compromises will be incorporated in a substitute. We just finished writing the substitute today, which is the reason it's not on the agenda for us. I normally would amend it on second, but then it would go to the planning commission as is. So the deferral allows it to go to the planning commission as substituted once the substitute's enacted. So move for a one-meeting deferral.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Councilman Horton has moved a one-meeting deferral. It's properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Okay, any voting no or abstaining? Okay, first reading of this bill is deferred one meeting. Next on first reading is agenda item 124, BL 2024-371. Sponsors Coupin, Gamble, and Parker. This is an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to accept new public sanitary sewer mains and sanitary sewer manholes for property located at 2221 Elliston Place. Mr. Coupin, you are recognized, sir.
I'd like to withdraw this bill, please.
Okay, the bill is withdrawn.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so now we are moving into bills on second reading that were not on consent. Okay. Okay, and first among those is agenda item 126, BL 2024-293, sponsors Evans, Porterfield, Vo, Ewing, and Gadd. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 15.64 and Chapter 16.04 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to restrict fences in the floodway and floodplain and to require a fence permit for all fences to be constructed within Nashville and Davidson County. Ms. Evans, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like committee reports, please.
Okay. Chair Bradford for Government Operations.
Government operations, we voted to defer till the July 2nd meeting. 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, I recommended a deferral to the meeting of July 2nd. Chair Parker for Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. At the sponsor's request, we recommended a deferral to July 2nd, 11 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. All right, it is back to you, Ms. Evans, for your motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move to defer to July 2nd.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, all in favor of a deferral to July 2nd, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this matter is deferred to the meeting of July 2nd. Next, agenda item 127, BL 2024-303, sponsors Sepulveda and Welsh. This is an ordinance amending section 2.222.030 of the Metropolitan Code to add members of metropolitan government boards and commissions to the list of persons required to submit annual disclosures. Chair Sepulveda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There are a list of items that we will be looking at, and I think there's plans for that, so I'm going to be withdrawing.
Okay, the bill is withdrawn. Okay, now we are moving into bills on third reading. I show that the only one that was not on consent is agenda item 148. Okay, that's from my earlier notes. That's from my notes before the meeting. Okay, all right. First, then, for items that were removed from consent during the meeting is agenda item 139, BL 2024 271, and agenda item 140, which is BL 2024-272, which is the companion bill. Both sponsor Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from CS to SP zoning for property located at 316 Homestead Road, approximately 240 feet north of Southridge Drive, 1.56 acres, not 156 acres, 1.56 acres to permit 23 multifamily residential units, all of which is described herein. And again, the companion bill, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move for a 1 meeting deferral on both.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, Ms. Toombs has moved a 1 meeting deferral on both bills. Is there any discussion on the 1 meeting deferral for both of these bills? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, both these items are deferred to our next meeting. Okay, now we come to agenda item 148, BL 2024-306, sponsors Coupin, Porterfield, Evans, Parker, Ellis, and Stiles. This is an ordinance to designate a certain portion of 2nd Avenue North as a tourism improvement zone and to grant the businesses that front thereon certain privileges. Councilmember Coupin, you're recognized, sir.
I believe move approval.
Yes, sir. Do you want to apply your amendment?
Yes, so do I need to move to suspend the rules first?
Yeah, you can move approval, get it before us. Is there a second? Okay. Back to you on your amendment, sir.
Okay, so I need to suspend the rules, please. I'd like to move to suspend the rules.
Okay. Mr. Coupin has requested to suspend the rules for his timely filed? Oh, it was. Okay, is there any objection to suspension of the rules so we can get this amendment before us? Seeing none, the rules are suspended, and it's back to you, Mr. Coupin.
I'd like to move the amendment.
Okay, can you just share with us briefly what the amendment is, please, sir?
It removes a section of the bill talking about closing the road. The road is already closed. It just kind of clears it up for public clarity.
Okay, just a clarification. Okay, is there any discussion on Mr. Coupin's amendment? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of this amendment, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, the amendment is on the bill, and so we're back to you on your bill as amended.
I'd like to move as amended, please.
Okay, Mr. Coupin has moved approval of his bill as amended on third reading. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Okay, any voting no? Any abstaining?
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, our next regular council meeting will be on Tuesday, May the 21st, but our next specially called meeting will be Tuesday, May 14th at 10 o'clock for the State of Metro address. Okay, see you there. Is there a motion to adjourn? Okay.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.